Out in the street, they call it murder. They call it murder.
Yo. What up? What's going on? Peace in our times. That's right. That's right. That's right. Hey, Booney, 90 streams. Let's go. Um, how's everyone's day? I watched a lot of fucking soccer. That was cool. Um, Booney, what up? Jackbird, glad to see you. Groovy, groovy, groovy. What's going on? So two cars. What's up? Uh, Jason kid, what's going on? Girl skater. I don't know. That's um. Let me see. It is. I don't know where I put the fucking videos. Um, no. Um, damn, I got some fucking good shit in here. I didn't even know this stuff was in here. Um, um, okay. In here maybe. Oh yeah, it's Element. Whoever's on the Element team from a few years ago. I don't know. Sorry, I couldn't be more specific. Trump, Obama loaded up the plane with cash to give to Iran. Do you think that's what was on that plane? Do you think maybe it was there was duffel bags full of cash on that B-52? So like fucking, one of Netanyahu's guys shot it down? That would be funny. Um, maybe. Um, there was a Russian plane that crashed the other day too. Um, there's a couple plane crashes in the last few days. Like maybe it's related to that Hamdallah, right? Supposedly they hacked the California like electricity or something. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, if you leave this type of stuff to private interests, they are going to fucking like do everything they can to like, maximize profit at as long as it's somebody else's problem. So like if they have to do a lot of extra work and spend a bunch of extra money trying to make their products more secure, unless it's explicitly in the arrangement, they're not going to bother. It's not like there's any accountability. It's not like they deliver a bad product and they don't get the next contract. They get the contracts no matter what. There's like virtually no competition with these big military contracts. Listen to country. The U.S. told, yeah, exactly. The U.S. told the UAE to send 3 billion in cash. I mean, that's what I think that they've been doing this whole time. Is like Trump has accepted the Iranian terms because they were basically non-negotiable, and they've been trying to find a way to do that to disguise that extreme money transfer, right? Because like they were not going to stop. There was no way they were going to like cease hostilities without a significant portion of their fucking stolen money being returned. Again, it's like it's Trump's fault for repeating this Israeli propaganda line about Obama gave them money or whatever, right? Like it was their money. Like we were in the process of trying to steal it, and we had stolen it, so sequestered it, right? It's like step one of stealing it, um, and gotten the British to help us out with that too. So like he's the one who started that, politicized definition of give them their money back, right? Um, it's just like you've never seen like all the bad things that are going to ensue are so well deserved, like it's like hard to think of a more deserving person to just get fucking, lots of bad things happen to them. Um, um, yeah, the Israeli meddling in the France and New York elections, yeah, that Black Cube company, which is just the most fucking just evil dystopian sounding company you could have. It's like, let's take all the things that Israel's known for is like fucking, scandalous, surveillance and, infiltration, and, we'll just make a company and, sell that. It's true. It's like people do. I think that kind of person, the type of person who'd be interested in securing those types of services, thinks Israel's cool. This is like the fucking that Andro guy, people like that, people who think that like killing babies is cool, you know. Black Cube, fucking psychotic. So I 100% believe it. I don't know like how effective they are considering, you know, Zoran won and the I mean Macron stole that election too. Like he didn't need Israel's help. Like if it was the presidential election, right? Remember, if you recall, he like lost the election, and then they still like appointed supposedly some sort of like um like what you call it, negotiated third party guy in there, um who didn't his faction had like a fucking, a few percent of the vote, and he still got the seat, the prime minister spot. So I don't know what exactly Israel, what the Black Cube were doing. Yeah, Borg and Co. Borg and Sons. Oh, it was the local ones. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I think they are going to try to do whatever fucked up shit they think they can get away with. And it doesn't matter. Like, we see the way that they just like will kill journalists who are on the air. Like they will do whatever. There's no fear of retribution. There's no fear of accountability whatsoever. Just completely, you know, acting however the fuck they want. So like I don't know how I don't know how you rein in something like that. I watched some of it. I watched the other games though. I watched Iran. That was a great game. Um and what was the other game? I didn't watch the Saudi game. I watched the other game. What was the other game? What game am I missing? The Belgium and Egypt. I watched most of that. Um that was okay. Mm. Billions of dollars in global corruption when there was a rigged UFC event at the White House. Wake up to the real issues. Yeah. The Eric Trump trying to cheat. I watched a little bit of the fight. Like I don't really know a lot about UFC, but I thought they would have like more like fucking hog type fighters. I don't know. Like the one American guy with the fucking braids. What really? I thought Trump was gonna pick like his favorite guys. I saw the one guy who said the Michelle Obama thing. That was pretty funny. The guy who spit on himself. Um, I watched the French guy and the Brazilian guy fight. That was pretty gnarly. Um, I guess Trump was rooting for the Brazilian guy. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the thing occurring was the win for them, right? I figured there'd be more like, guys who looked like what's his name, the MAGA rapper. Um, you know what I'm talking about. Mm. Forgiato Blow. Yeah, with Tom McDonald. Yeah, the guy I saw did kind of look like Tom McDonald. Yeah. I was thinking of Foggiato Blow, but the guy with the fucking dyed hair and the braids, like, it just had such like a did not seem like a fighter's body. These fucking sunken in chest. I guess they have big arms, or I guess that was the bantamweight fight. That's like at the Olympics. That's like the little Mexican guys who were just fast as shit. Hmm. Yeah, fucking Tom McDonald sucks. Yeah. Undefeated Spaniard who came out to Spanish music fighting the guy who wraps himself in the fight. Oh, okay. So that's the guy who spit on himself. That's the guy who won. Good for them. Get the fuck out of there. It's cool. They got to come to town and see the fight and see Trump's name removed from the Kennedy Center. It's cool. You'd be better off going to see Lightning Bolt play. Dude, Roger Waters was on that show I hate talking about 9/11. Yeah, yeah, that would have been so sick. The gloves were loaded in the main event. Really? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, man. Fucking Dana White is such a scumbag. Like, it just. That's the one of the videos I was thinking about watching. The non-compete video about a-hole culture, fascist aesthetics. I've been talking about that a little bit. It's like hard to put into words, but it's like I don't know, like the right-wing shit from when we were kids. It was like patriotic and like they wanted to play this part of like like the family man who's like cares about their neighbors or whatever. Now it's like they've completely just the mask has been torn off, and now it's like no, we're fucking the worst person like that's us, and we're proud of it, and you know, I'm not sure how popular that is, but again, they're not governing at all like a party that has to ever like worry about winning elections. Like I think that they are confident in their ability to cheat and the Democrats' ability to enable that. So, yeah. I mean, that Clayton, this isn't Clayton Morris. I hate that guy, man. He pretends that he's just like, oh, I'm just a balls and strikes guy, but he's very clearly like on some fucking Koch brothers shit. I do think it's funny that it just the second the fucking deal is not even signed yet, and immediately there's new Epstein leaks. The Situation Room tapes. Like, oh, I wonder who leaked those. Aliens are fake and the frogs should be gay. I mean, I like gay frogs, that's true. Man in the High Castle? Yeah, right? Yeah, it's like people watch that and they're like, oh, this is gross. And those guys watch it and they're like, oh no, I want to do this. It's fucked up. Like, I don't. They used to pretend to be like the silent majority, and now they're like, no, we're the very fucking loud minority, and you can't do anything about it.
Over the Epstein files that took place last summer, Vice President J.D. Vance, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, everybody in between was in a series of situation room meetings, trying to figure out how to handle the crisis over their boss being in the Epstein files. Well, today we've got new reporting from Axios that they are freaking out about the.
If there's actually tapes of this, oh man, this will be great. Also, that Lindsey Graham thing that Crystal mentioned, that's what they're going to try to do, right? They're going to try to blame the whole fucking L on JD Vance, which again, I don't know who they think is going to run, who's going to run for president if not JD Vance. I guess Marco, but like the only person, I don't know. I don't think any of them have the juice. I don't think any of them are going to be able to get the job done. But like, I think JD is their best bet if they actually care. But again, like I said, they're going to try to steal it. I don't think they actually care about trying to win. Especially because they're owning Ron DeSanctimonious. Like, they think that like buying up all the media and just having them spit the MAGA playbook is going to help them. I don't think so. I mean, not so much with anybody outside of their fucking whatever 20% of the country or whatever. I'm not gonna vote for Newsom. I live in a blue state. Hopefully I get to vote for Ro Khanna. I'm a numbers guy. I run the numbers.
The freakout report and just how that information was leaked. Quote, top White House officials believe New York Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan.
Look, if I vote for him, it means
of situation room meetings for
he's
their
the candidate.
book Regime Change, on which the Epstein report is based. Congressman Ro Khanna,
is it about Israel doing regime change in the U.S.? There's my boy. Yeah. See? Speak of the devil.
Congressman, I want to ask you
Linda
first about one
McMahon
of
is
the
in
bits of
charge.
reporting in that piece that was about the fact that they had
Would definitely sacrifice his own circle. Yeah, again, that's what I keep saying to people.
That was like
people who say that, like, oh, the secret war on China, you know? That's what I'm always saying to people. Like, this motherfucker is the most selfish person I've ever seen in any aspect, in any situation, consistently, over and over again, in whatever the situation, he does the most selfish possible thing. That guy is not gonna fuck over himself in order to have some, you know, vague notion of a long-term success, you know? No chance. Like, they do fucking week by week pump and dumps, right? They're so short-term, it's not even funny.
A real go-to line of his, going all the way back to 2015. These people were on the plane, I was never on the plane. That in a January 2020 email, a federal prosecutor told a colleague Trump had actually flown on Epstein's private jet, far more than anyone knew.
The streamer thing's not working out.
Showed at least 8 trips between 93 and 96, sometimes with his second wife Marla Maples, sometimes with his children. In January 2024, Trump declared he had never been on the plane. Did you know that when you were sort of pushing for this transparency?
No, I didn't. Even in
I'm gonna get a job working for the Ro Khanna
you
campaign.
didn't have the vice president sitting with the attorney general in the situation room saying we need to cover this up. That
yeah, is that really the tapes that? Did he hear them?
The president, that we have a real problem not releasing these files, and then
I want to see what Israel's
they can
threatening
do
him with,
to
though.
make sure that Donald Trump doesn't lose his base. And you know, when Massey and I were doing,
you
this,
know,
we
they got some
honestly didn't
shit.
think
Dude.
it would have this kind of political ramifications. I mean, we understood the impact on survivors. But
A gun for hire? I don't have a gun. I've never shot anybody.
Neither Massey or I realized the extent of it.
One of the things that comes through in this reporting, again, this is not our reporting, this comes from Haberman and Swan at the Times. They have a book coming out that includes some of this, is that one of the things they're contemplating in those meetings is like how much should, literally almost,
I mean, race to the bottom.
how much should we cover
The wages
up,
for
and
hired
how much should we
assassins
disclose?
probably,
like the question on the
low.
table is, should we actually put this
They
out?
got him on tape at
And
Epstein
one of the
Island.
things
Probably,
that
yeah.
makes me think is, look, there are millions of documents.
They probably have whatever
holding
Bill
back,
Barr had.
I think through dubious legal arguments. And given the fact that we know that essentially from this reporting they were contemplating explicitly covering stuff up, it does make you really got to wonder about the stuff they're not disclosing.
Absolutely. And we know what hasn't been disclosed. How do we know? Because the survivors' lawyers have seen a lot of these files and they've told us. And what is not being disclosed is the survivors' statements to FBI agents naming other men, naming other people who were part of the Epstein files, Epstein abuse.
I mean, like
and
I said,
what also is not being named and disclosed is things concerning Donald Trump. And now we know that
people
there
who
was a concerted effort for
solely
months
watch
to deal with what needs to be.
One of the either partisan media enterprises, they are fucking clueless and don't believe anything, because no matter what bad news happens, they find some way to make it seem, dude, oh my god, I would love to work for Headband Lady. No matter what happens, they find some way to fucking spin it. Which again is what they've been trying to do with these Iran negotiations, is trying to find some fucking way to make it seem like less of an L than it very clearly is. People people who continue to just exclusively get their news from shit like that are going to continue buying whatever slop they feed them. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if the Unit 8200 folks, if they start putting Trump in the crosshairs, right? I doubt they will, but a huge portion of our media is Israel first,
Hidden, what should be disclosed, how to trick the American public. And I'm really looking forward to this book coming out because I think it's going to expose everything to the American public.
I mean,
on that point, CNN,
if they did, that would be good, though, I think.
Survivors pushing Comer to investigate potential leads from the DOJ's files in private meetings, and that in a private meeting last week, a group of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse and family members of the late Virginia Giuffre pointed Comer to allegations from the Justice Department's Epstein files to further investigate. They brought documents from the released files to argue there are allegations against powerful men the Justice Department could pursue. Do you know anything about that?
Well, they know that there are, of course, people like Les Wexner, Leon Black, who have had enormous allegations. And these survivors are seeing these people not be investigated, not be prosecuted. Chris, there hasn't been a single investigation or prosecution of all the files that have been released, and other countries are doing it. Yeah. And Todd Blanche needs to be asked.
Whatever Republican is going to secure the police union.
Will you commit to releasing the remaining files? And will you commit to actually investigating some of the people in these files? Will you at least sit down with the survivors? They are refusing to meet with the survivors' lawyers.
These scumbags, dude. Absolute scumbags.
And victims' rights. Oh. They certainly don't want to meet these victims.
We talked early in the program about the deal, so-called. I'm putting in quotation marks because Lord knows what it is. You had a post saying that the ceasefire agreement was essentially welcome and that the war was a costly lesson. What do you think is the message that Democrats should be, or what do you want to say about this? Because it seems to me that you can't applaud anything Trump does too loudly because he might just change his mind the next day, or the entire thing might pull apart and be a bill of goods. So, you got to be pretty careful. At the same time, I understand you don't want the war to continue. How do you thread that needle?
I think we say it's good that the war has ended.
I mean, not here, they don't.
We are glad that the Strait of Hormuz is open, but that diplomacy is the answer.
Congressman, we have a little delay here. It's not open. I just want to be clear on this. It will be good if it opens. But just to be clear about where things stand right now, the IRGC today said it's not open, and they will tell us what it is.
I stand corrected, Chris. You are more precise and accurately precise. It's good that this deal may bring the war to an end, and we should be for bringing the war to an end. But what is achieved is actually less consequential than what Obama achieved 10 years ago. 3 quick points. Obama had the force of international law through the Security Council. Trump doesn't have that. Obama had far more intrusive inspections. And for all of the railing the past 10 years of the money that Obama
the police union is effectively a Republican super PAC here.
To the Iranian regime. Well, this shows that actually having people who know what they're doing in diplomacy can get better outcomes than a war. But Democrats should be glad that he's at least trying to get a deal.
All right, Congressman Ro Khanna.
Is he though? Are you sure about that? Interesting. It's just interesting. Interesting.
Iran and the United States have reached a preliminary deal to end the war. On Sunday, President Trump posted a message online that read, quote,
yeah, the police unions and the suburban Republican Party are, the media's complicit, compliant, all the remaining Chicago media out, like the Tribune stuff. They, every week it's some other fucking manufactured tabloid bullshit trying to attack whatever, Mayor Brandon or whoever. It's ridiculous. But it doesn't really work so much anymore. It works with the people who want it to work, It's the same thing. It's like you're not convincing anybody else, you're just fucking catering to your base, which,
The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade, unquote. Trump went on to write, "Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow."
Start your engines.
Unquote. The deal extends the ceasefire by 60 days, creating a window for negotiations on other issues, including the future of Iran's nuclear program and the lifting of U.S. sanctions. But major questions remain. Israel's not a party to the tentative deal, and earlier today said it would continue occupying areas of southern Lebanon. Iran's deputy foreign minister appeared on Iranian television and said the peace deal includes a cessation of hostilities on all fronts, including in Lebanon.
Two immediate developments were supposed to take place and will take place starting last night or in the early hours of today. First, the immediate and permanent end of the war and military operations on various fronts, including in Lebanon. As you saw, the statement announced by the Prime Minister of Pakistan explicitly referred to the immediate and permanent end of the war on all fronts, including Lebanon. The second development was the lifting and ending of the naval blockade that the United States has imposed on the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was also announced by the U.S. President in his statement.
To talk more about the preliminary U.S.-Iran deals and the war, we're joined by Jeremy Scahill, co-founder of Dropsite News. Hi, Jeremy. Can you start off by talking about what actually is an MOU, a memo of understanding? What do you understand this memo that hasn't been made public says?
Well, I think the first thing that we need to recognize is that this hasn't been signed yet. It hasn't been formally agreed to. That presumably could happen. I mean,
if
Friday,
Amy
but
says
there are
it,
a
she
number of
means
wild
it.
cards, not the least of which is the posture that Netanyahu and the Israelis are taking on Lebanon. But just to give you a bit of background of what went down over the past 24 hours, Israel once again bombed Beirut. They hit the southern suburb of Dahia, and the Iranians had made clear that this was a red line for them, that if the Israelis continued attacking Beirut, that Iran would respond in kind. And in fact, I was speaking to an Iranian official soon after that happened, and they told me that it was going to be within a matter of hours that Iran was going to launch missile attacks against what they called occupied Palestine, meaning the areas where Israeli troops have been positioned in the northern or along the southern border, and in fact deep inside Lebanon, where the Israeli troops have gone north of the Litani River. And then you had this sequence of events where Donald Trump unilaterally announces that an agreement is going to be happening. The Prime Minister of Pakistan then posts it on Twitter. And from the Iranian position, they said that this was a unilateral announcement, but nonetheless, they use that, they say, as an opportunity then to win some last-minute concessions. A few days ago, I had been told by the Iranians that there were two primary sticking points still unresolved, and they wouldn't expand on what those were, but quite clearly, one of them involved this scorched earth bombing and occupation of Lebanon. And so what Iranians are saying
it's pretty good
is
if
that
you watch
as a result of
Democracy
the
Now!
Israelis bombing Dahia in Beirut and the Iranians agreeing not to launch retaliatory strikes, that Trump agreed to add that the Israeli troops had to withdraw from southern Lebanon. Now, we haven't seen the text of this agreement. If that's the case, then the Iranians could say that this was indeed a diplomatic victory, because earlier drafts of this had just envisioned a quote-unquote ceasefire or a cessation of hostilities in Lebanon. So we don't exactly know all of the terms, but I think in the broader picture, we have to understand this represents, at least in the short term, and in terms of this war that Trump and Netanyahu initiated on February 28th, this is a dramatic set of capitulations by Donald Trump.
Really?
The main sort of victory of this is he's reopened the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz was opened prior to the February 28th war. That's not a victory. Trump is saying, oh, the Iranians are going to put in writing that they're not going to develop or in any way seek to acquire or purchase a nuclear weapon. Well, if you go back and you read the preamble to the 2015 JCPOA, Iran says precisely that. And in fact, that's been Iran's position for a very long time. The Iranians are saying that they have entirely deferred any negotiations on the nuclear issue on the issue of their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, that those that answers about those questions are only going to come with comprehensive sanctions relief and a massive, they're asking for a $300 billion reconstruction fund, that the nuclear issue is not going to be under discussion or under any agreement until there is comprehensive sanctions relief on the table. The Iranians are also saying that the Americans agreed to something that Donald Trump has been screaming up and down that he would not agree to, and that is the unfreezing or repatriation of billions of dollars of Iranian funds. Now, we may see some trickery here where Donald Trump perhaps was working in concert with Gulf countries to try to surreptitiously slide some of Iran's frozen assets back to Iran at the front end of this deal so that Trump can say no money is exchanging hands. But my understanding is that the Iranians are saying that in this memorandum of understanding, or in the broader agreement with the Americans, that there is going to be a formal process of repatriating frozen Iranian funds that's going to be linked to a 60-day negotiation period. Now, there are risks for Iran, and there has been a ferocious internal debate within Iranian society that actually spilled out into the public, where you had small groups of people protesting against the foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, the speaker of the parliament,
they were going to Mike Pence this,
who's the lead negotiator for Iran, and urging them not to accept this deal. And the position that they're taking is essentially that Iran has never had greater strategic leverage over the United States, that for roughly 100 days it has fought off an attack by not one but two nuclear powers and forced the most powerful man in the world, Donald Trump, to desperately seek an off-ramp in which he was forced to accept terms from Iran that basically returned the situation to the status quo ante before Netanyahu and Trump launched this war.
Jeremy, can you talk about the role of Qatar and Pakistan?
You know, the Pakistanis were brought into this because the Trump administration, particularly Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, completely contaminated the relationship with the longstanding negotiator on nuclear issues between the U.S. and Iran, and that is the Sultanate of Oman. The United States used the foreign minister of Oman unwittingly to provide cover for this surprise launch of the February 28th war. He had traveled to Washington, D.C. a couple of days before the launch of the war, met with Vice President J.D. Vance, and then came out and said, a deal is basically on the horizon. And then less than 48 hours later, the United States and Israel launched this massive war against Iran. And so once the Omanis were sort of pushed out of the picture, Trump chose Pakistan. He views the Pakistani government as a malleable force that wants to curry favor with him. Yes, Iran has a long-standing friendly relationship with Pakistan, but behind the scenes, the Iranians started to conclude that Pakistan was just not able to close the deal with Trump. And there was a pattern where the Pakistanis would come back to the Iranians, tell them that the Americans had agreed to something. The Iranians would proceed on the basis of that understanding. And then Trump would turn around and announce that the opposite was going to be happening. And so Qatar was brought in part because of its deep role in negotiating the Gaza agreement last October, and because of a perception on the part of the Iranians that the Qataris held more sway with Trump. And in fact, just to give you one example, a couple of weeks ago, when Pakistan had made some announcements about progress in the U.S. position during the negotiations, a couple of hours later, the Qataris told the Iranians it's just not true. That Donald Trump is actually not going to be taking that position. So we've seen this pattern play out over and over again. And I should say, Amy, that international mediators have begun talking about the erratic nature of Donald Trump, and the Iranians actually took this a step further. A few weeks ago, I was told by an Iranian official involved with the negotiations that Iran began enlisting the services of what they called senior psychologists in Iran to begin diagnosing Donald Trump, and they determined that he is operating from a position of mental illness and mental deficiency. And so senior Iranian psychologists began working with the negotiating team to try to cater the messages that the Iranians were sending via mediators back to Donald Trump to try to take into account what they saw as his specific mental illness and mental deficiencies. And they weren't saying this in an ad hominem way. They were saying it as a matter of fact. And then almost quite clinically, they said, and we began to see this process yielding results as we worked with psychologists to send these communications to Donald Trump. And they credit that in part with getting to this point where Trump finally accepted some version of his manufactured and almost entirely false victory narrative.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, the G7 is happening in the French Alps in France. Interestingly, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who said Trump's agreement does not bind us. Israel is not subordinate to the United States. We are an independent and sovereign
Trump
country.
needs to take that guy down,
Smotrich called it bad for Israel and for the entire free world period.
Trump,
Ben-Gvir has been banned from entering France, citing his unspeakable behavior of taunting Gaza flotilla activists who were detained by Israeli forces. And Smotrich is the second Israeli minister barred from France after Itamar Ben-Gvir.
Yeah, and this isn't just these people that I think universally are viewed as extremists. This is the mainstream policy of Israel right now that was expressed as recently as this morning by the Minister of Defense in Israel, where they're saying that the United States has the file of Iran and has, authority to make its own agreements there, but Israel is going to stake out its own position on Lebanon. And really, I think this is going to become the center of whether any actual agreement takes place. What the Iranians have done here, and I think this is important for people to understand, is they've made these terms that the United States is agreeing to at the front end of this deal, the implementation of those terms contingent upon any discussion regarding the nuclear issue or highly enriched uranium. So if the Israelis, while this week is going on as we move toward a potential signing of a memorandum of understanding, if the Israelis continue to attack Lebanon, even after the President of the United States has assured mediators that the U.S. will be the guarantor of this cessation of hostilities, then the Iranians can say, rightfully and according to the agreement, we're not going to proceed on these other issues. Netanyahu very clearly wants to continue his war against Lebanon. And, a prominent Iranian analyst, Amy, told me recently that the strategy of the United States and Israel in engaging in these negotiations with the president of Lebanon is to try to decouple or split Iran and Hezbollah, and to try to enlist the Lebanese government as a kind of domestic anti-Hezbollah force.
I haven't ordered steak in a long time.
Alliance with the United States and Israel. The Iranians view the next phase of this as seeking to decouple the United States and Israel from this central front of Lebanon. And so I think one of the major questions that we're going to see resolved in the coming days is what Iran's position is, and if it is indeed a red line, as they've said, that the Israelis must withdraw from Lebanon and entirely cease their attacks and their state of siege. Many analysts in Lebanon over the months have been concerned that potentially Iran would have to use its leverage to deal with its own economic situation and some of its priorities. In recent days, the Iranians have stunned much of the world in how ferociously they've responded and retaliated against Israel for its attacks and particularly its bombings on Beirut. So what's different in a way from the JCPOA framework, and we're far from having something extensive like that, but in the approach of the Iranians, they are trying to embed within this documentable conditions that if the United States doesn't follow through on them, the Iranians have the ability to try to resume. But there's a question on whether or not Iran is, as some of the critics internally are saying, giving up too much strategic leverage. Could they then reimpose a kind of asymmetric state of closure on the Strait of Hormuz after the world economy gets back into motion, et cetera? Yes, they could, but the narrative would be different. And the last thing I would say is whether the bombs stop falling or not, Israel in the coming days, weeks, and months is going to intensify its internal covert operation campaign inside of Iran to try to foment and encourage even more unrest and violence to try to further destabilize the Iranian state.
Jeremy Scahill, I want to thank you for being with us, co-founder of Dropsite News. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up.
There's this question as to whether or not it is good tactics to uplift, embrace,
what does that even mean?
credit
I fucking
the
hate, oh my
Israel
God,
criticism
Brianna,
coming out
are you
of
serious?
the independent right media sphere.
Wait, Israel criticism, is that what you said?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
I'm framing it that way because it's a relatively narrow criticism.
Oh my God,
I'm not going to
this
say it's
fucking conversation.
anti-imperialist.
I'm so sick of this
'cause it's not.
conversation.
Right.
It is. It's a narrow but
Fake ass
important
argument.
criticism of Israel and the war in Iran and American involvement. And I think part of why this conversation is often fruitless is that it's often framed in ways that are not productive. In a vacuum, I think it's uncontroversially good that of all the things that Tucker Carlson says on a given day, some of them are truthful reports on Israel's genocide in Gaza and cultivating sympathy among his audience for Palestinians and undoing some of the Islamophobia that he himself did in the past over the course of his career. I don't know how you can disagree that that is a net positive. Same with other actors in this space who've been doing the same. Candace Owens, to some extent, Megyn Kelly, later adopter, etc. And politicians like Thomas Massie, who paid the price for it. But we're the left. And the goal that you articulated of sort of pragmatically getting members of those audiences who agree with this criticism to agree with our broader understanding that we can't just be America first, but also we need to be internationalists, seems to be the problem with sort of letting the Tucker Carlson faction steer the ship, especially if it ends up manifesting an independent third-party movement that is not anti-imperialist, that's not anti-corporate, that takes money from the same sort of sources, and that is also still invested in a sort of white identity politics that imperils the bulk of the world.
I would say that there is important work to be done supporting divisions within the right. So just as I was saying a moment ago that the left has been divided, made into a compatible left, and the whole spectrum has kind of shifted right, it is important to defeat the right to support and foster, if you can, divisions within them. And so if it be Tucker, if it be Nick Fuentes, if it be Alex Jones, other figures like this, there have been people who have been departing from the Trump camp and taking political positions that aren't the positions that you and I would take, but they're at least critical of the current Trump administration. I think that that should be supported in a kind of tactical sense. Like, I think it's great that the right is fighting. Dude. And I think it demonstrates the weakness of some of the positions that the Trump administration is taking. But I also think that regarding some of the positions, like being a bit more critical of Israel and putting that on a kind of U.S. America first basis.
I guess they already had that part of the conversation.
We need to be able to articulate to people who are brought into that argument the tiny kernel of truth that's in there,
you have to get to the
and say, yes, finally, some of these right-wing, pundits are basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to capture our audience, right? They're waking up to the fact that public opinion has overwhelmingly shifted due to the struggle for a free Palestine. And they want in on that game. And it's great because they're in our wake, so to speak. But what they're trying to do is capture that frustration, anger at Israeli imperialism, keep the level of political consciousness very low, so you don't see that there is no Israel of the Israel that we know without the U.S. behind it, and then transform it into a kind of ultra-nationalist politics of the U.S. first.
It's kind of like...
We need to be able to say, yes, Israeli politics and the settler colonial genocide in West Asia is not something that internationalists should and progressives in general should support. And if that is the case with you, even if you're on the right, then you need to be able to connect the bigger dots and see that that is being driven by the United States, and the attempt to create space between the U.S. and Israel is a psychological warfare campaign aimed at keeping you on board with all of the other forms of U.S. imperialism that are operative in the world today. Therefore, if you really care about the children in Palestine, the children in Lebanon, and elsewhere, then you should also care about the children in Cuba and the children in Argentina and everywhere else where the U.S. has its kind of death grip on nations. So that is a process of political education. And for me, at least, in organizing, it's often very good to valorize what people get right, even if their overall framing is incorrect, and say, yes, your anger at injustice, let's run with that. But let's reframe it in this larger framework so that we can not only address one form of injustice, but see that injustice is systemic to the capitalist and imperialist system. And thereby, we demonstrate as well to those who are the kind of right-wing recuperators, if you will, of a mildly anti-imperialist argument. It's not really that, right? It's an America First argument. But we can demonstrate to them that the higher level of argument is much more coherent,
it does
much more humanitarian,
no doubt,
ethical, and moral. And if you have enough time to spell out that argument, and the person will listen to the argument, I think many would be able to see that you can't just fight injustice in one place, you have to fight it everywhere, and therefore you need a systemic approach. That's what we offer. What they're offering is a kind of ultra-nationalist approach.
I'd like to see you go on Tucker Carlson and say that.
Yeah, dude, Tucker should have him on. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm sure Tucker's listening right now and is probably getting me on the speed dial. I think I'm probably one of the last people that he'd want to have on. And I would also, there's a way that some of these platforms operate where they sometimes have people on in order to structure it in such a way that they don't allow them to speak, or they kind of clip the interviews in various ways. So there's lots of things that go on their end that are sometimes problematic. But if Tucker wants to reach out, we could certainly have that conversation.
I think it could be fruitful. I mean, I don't obviously know about the behind-the-scenes production of Tucker Carlson's show, but the format appears to be long-form, largely unedited videos, and he has people on there.
Yeah, he would have him on
that are ideologically left.
You can talk about his dad.
People can say, I know that people have very strong feelings about Jimmy Dore, but he is someone who has identified as being on the left, who is a Medicare for All guy, who was a Bernie guy, who was one of the first people to have AOC on, and who was on there making progressive arguments. And really playing to the overlap between his politics and Tucker Carlson's in a way that I think might have the effect of pulling people to his audience from Tucker's bigger audience and converting them in a sort of a leftier direction. If that's the project. But there is this other possibility that what that sort of cohort is doing is less having a sort of genuine break with Trumpism and the right, but sort of doing what some have accused Bernie Sanders of doing, which is creating a pressure valve release for a public that's very frustrated with the status quo and the duopoly that ultimately gets sheep-herded back into the two-party system. And I think time will tell, 2028 will tell what comes of that movement and whether or not they run a candidate within the Democratic Party, whether they try to do something else, and whether if they are successfully able to get a sort of a new MAGA candidate elected or post-MAGA candidate elected, if that person ultimately falls in line with the, imperial status quo like everybody else in the history of American presidents. Oh, I wonder what's going to happen. Gee. But if that's the project, if that's really what's going on, I think that also raises some questions about how much we should be crediting that. I mean, are in
Trump versus
fact
Bernie
Tucker
would
Carlson
seem
and
to
Graham
indicate
Plattner
it might be
two
easier
sides
to
of
get
the same project, where
somebody through
a
the
continuation
Republican primary
of American
than the
imperialism
Democrat one.
is being dressed up as a sort of a workers' first national solidarity project, anti-oligarchic project that ultimately is status quo enforcing and very limited.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are ways that the ruling class and their political elite that manages the world for them is aimed at attempting to make imperial politics look like they serve the interests of the working class. And that's why they have full-time spin doctors doing this and intellectuals and propagandists who are trying to basically turn the world upside down.
Yeah.
That combined with the fact that unfortunately within the United States, nationalism is like as powerful as religion and anti-communism in this country.
I think,
and so people
I don't
really
know.
do,
It's a good question.
they're trained to think that it doesn't matter what workers'
I've seen him
lives are
attacking-
like in Africa or Asia or anywhere else. All that matters is you and yours. And the internationalist sensibility really isn't even part of the political debate. And that's a big part of the...
I feel like I saw him going after some progressive candidates, non-Medicare for all thing recently. Maybe it could have been somebody else. I feel like I saw something. I'm not sure which one, but like one of them had like a healthcare proposal website that was supposedly not up to snuff.
Ideological win, if you will, on their end. I think that I'm quite interested right now in what's going on with a lot of these right splits. You had the kind of at least a little bit of tension between Elon and Trump. You have Marjorie Taylor Greene. You have some of the political, the Republican Party members. You have a fair number of their kind of sock puppets in the media that are coming out. I mean, Nick Fuentes came out hard. And so those types of splits.
He came out hard saying that he was going to vote for the Democrats.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said, which is interesting, right? Because it also speaks to some of what we're saying.
Yeah.
Right? But it's also interesting that that's Nick Fuentes, right? Who has made his career off of very different politics.
Trump's a fat,
but I think one of the most
loser.
interesting things from my vantage point that it reveals is that we can't forget that the figures who are currently the face of the U.S. government, Trump, Marco Rubio, and people like this, they are managers who are working for the ruling class and for elements of the state that are not subjected to any even pseudo-democratic oversight. The unelected governors of not only the United States, but the world. And we know that there are a number of intelligence connections between some of the platforms that I've just mentioned and the U.S. national security state. So if people like Alex Jones, Fuentes, and people like this are taking positions that are revealing fissures between, or a space between them and the Trump administration, this also means that there are elements of the state that are considering dumping Trump and going in a different direction because they're recognizing that, well, this isn't working out as they had planned.
I think
and
we
that
have
doesn't mean that
Zionist
new
and
direction is going to
everybody else.
necessarily be, fantastic. But I do think that the Trump administration has had their pedal to the metal with an attempt to rejuvenate U.S.-style imperialism by
You think
going in a
Senegal's
harder
gonna
right
win?
direction. And if it be ICE, if it be letting the, pardoning the
I think
January
France is going to
6th,
look pretty good.
rioters and even trying to create a slush fund for them, if it be the decapitation strike, the war on Iran, and on and on,
fucking
the
flat,
U.S.
dude.
is right now very aggressively
They had to burn their
pursuing its
phenom,
imperialist
too.
project. And part of the blowback that
baby,
is
USA.
coming from that is because the Trump administration is kind of taking off the velvet gloves of liberal-style imperialism.
let me just
Rubio
say
said
this.
this directly in the music.
Even if I wasn't a fan and a homer, I feel like I would still be saying there is serious dark horse fucking favorite to win it, you know? Mexico too. I'm saying, I've watched most of the games so far. USA and Mexico 1-2, and how good they looked, by the way.
Munich speech that he gave in, what was it, November, December? He said, you know, basically he gave us a history of civilization where he said that Europeans...
Sport. It's just, like, there's no way you can be like, oh, it's, like, more evil than the NFL or whatever. No. You know? Like, everything's evil. Like, if we're gonna have that standard, then we can't watch any sports? You know? Really? That's the position you think the left should take? Because I don't think that's a good position. You know? I think, like, I don't know. Well, there's, like, a reason why the BDS list is, like, smaller and more targeted, you know? Yeah. It's not like the U.S. is, like, cheating for themselves, you know? Like, they are, like, by doing, you know, like, Trump's political shit. Like, we, you know, I think the best we ever did was, like, 3rd place in 1930. You know? So it's like the Olympics. Yeah, I mean, any international competition, you know, it's gonna be like any other international organization. It's just, you know, the U.S. kind of lets it do its thing, and then if it needs something, it intervenes. You know, like they will take control of whatever, like, UN agency or panel or whatever, the OPCW, which is like they didn't even ratify the OPCW, but they're still able to, like, tell the panel how to, you know, on the chemical attack shit in Syria. They're able to just, like, fucking force their will onto them, even though they're nothing to do with the organization. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's the nature of the beast. You know, like, it's very much like, yet you exist. You know, like, I haven't seen a lot of content on the UFC thing. I think maybe Kyle had something. Maybe we can watch that next. I don't know. Like, if you were a dumb fuck, I can see how you would think it was really cool, I guess. Like, I saw people saying that on Twitter. It's like, oh, imagine your TDS is so bad that you can't admit this was badass. You know, shit like that. I mean, that shit was kind of cool the way they walked out on the fucking balcony like that, I guess. I mean, it sucks. Like, I wouldn't want other fighters to do that. I'd want maybe, like, my favorite fighter in the White House. I don't want these other random fucking scumbags in the White House. You kidding me? You know? They can go fucking punch each other? No. Yeah, I mean, you know, look. Again, it's about as good as he's gonna do right now, I think. The way that they had it set up, too. That's a smart play from him, I think. No matter how pathetic it looks to us, I think, the way that all the artists were dropping out and all, you know, like, the fighters are basically like indentured servants. Like, they can't, you know, they can't complain about having to fight at the White House and do all this shit. And they're able to, like, sequester the audience in such a way that it's just, like, rich guys on the inside, and then all the hogs are out on the street, like, watching the video screens. Like, they can disguise the size of the crowd. They can disguise, like, the, you know, basically screening it. It's like shooting a music video, right, where you only let in, like, fucking babes and, like, you know, rich guys. Like, doesn't really matter, though. Like I said, they have that fucking whatever percent, like, rich guys and dumb fucks locked up, and I don't think they're going to be able to, like, everything else is so objectively awful, they're not going to be able to, like, win over anybody else. It's just a question of like how successfully they're able to cheat, I think, you know. Like I don't think he's gonna get like podcast fucking, you know, like whatever click that was that he was able to fucking get for 2024. I think those guys are gone. I don't know.
Have been spreading civilization from, you know, time immemorial, or since Columbus, you know, quote unquote, discovered the Americas. But the greatest impediment to that has been that these people with the hammer and sickle, they started to break the chains of imperialism and push back against this civilizing mission. And people think that the U.S. is going to lay back and just let this happen. Of course, he's referring mainly to China in this regard, but that's not what we're going to do. And basically, if we've got to break all the rules in order to maintain U.S. imperialism and even get more aggressive, that's exactly what we're going to do. And so I think it's very important to halt that project, and that some of the splintering on the right are signs that the pushback that that project has received, the struggle against ICE, you know, public mobilizations, the lack of support for the war in Iran, the plummeting support just for the Trump administration in general, these are all positive signs at a tactical level, right? Resistance is not the same thing as a revolutionary transformation of society, but resistance, when you have your loved ones who are incarcerated because they're vacuumed up in these immigration detention centers and being tortured, that resistance is very important at a moral, ethical, and human level. And so I think it's very welcome, the kind of fissures that we're currently seeing, and I'd like to see more of them.
I welcome the fissures. I welcome the fissures. I worry that we're watching those fissures, which conservatives, the establishment can see as well as anybody else, be actively managed. And what we are sort of hoping is evidence of people sort of joining our ranks and being mad with us and, you know, broadening the fissures, is really just a sort of performative complaining that's ultimately going to enable the people in power to appear to have clean hands and be behind a new movement that criticized the old movement and therefore has credibility, but ultimately is continuing the same project.
Here.
That is my. It's there's a world where Tucker Carlson is the no kings of the right.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
No.
Well, it's a well-founded fear, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're managing.
And Tucker Carlson, to be clear, he's the one whose father was CIA.
Yeah, and then didn't he apply to the? I think it was Carlson who applied for the CIA and then wasn't.
They said no, go on Fox News
retained,
instead.
if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
What up,
I could be mistaken. We should fact check that.
I mean, it feels. I'll Google it while we're talking, but it feels almost
let's
negligent.
Check it above and beyond Google, because it's the big tech is in bed with the intelligence industry.
I mean, that's an excellent point as well. I mean, the forces against us are so overwhelming. That it feels. Look, I've heard you talk about the tactics versus
Strategy. Yeah.
strategy. Sorry, I don't know why. I do know why. I do know why that won't stick in my head. I do know why. It's because it feels to me like a distinction without a difference. That's why the framing doesn't stay in my head. So we can talk about that. It often feels, when I've heard you talk about this, that it is ultimately a version of Vote Blue no matter who. And I know we got caught up in this for a long time the last time we spoke, so I don't necessarily need to rehash that over and over again. But while sort of ultras are accused of being unpragmatic and more concerned with sort of the virtue signaling of being the most left or whatever, I worry that the world that we live in demands significantly more exigency than what anything sort of short of that would bring.
Let's unpack this in a moment.
Yeah.
I do think Tucker Carlson, at least from a few news stories, did apply to the CIA and was rejected. Apparently, he said it was because he had admitted to using cocaine. Anyway, this would require a deeper investigation. But anyone who's paying attention to the media pundits in the United States should always ask the question and explore and look for good and reliable sources, which is very important, regarding intelligence connections, because this is something that I cover in the book, but the level of penetration boggles the imagination. They run, campaigns upon campaigns and have not only an interest in controlling specific journalists, but journalistic platforms, news services.
He referred to that conversation.
This is international
so they
scope.
must have had that conversation
Frank Wisner of the CIA called his mighty Wurlitzer. He wanted a jukebox so he could press a button at CIA headquarters and have the same story play everywhere in the world. And this is exactly what they set up. And it is verifiable. And there's many, John Stockwell comes to mind, but there are a number of CIA agents who are whistleblowers who spoke out about it and said, yeah, this is exactly how we did it when Cuba was supporting the...
No, back in the day, he describes how they had to, launder it through third-party countries. They would have, Nigeria or whatever, somebody else, write an article saying, oh, those Cuban guys are doing fucking rapes or whatever crime they were accusing them of. And then the Washington Post could pick it up the next day. Oh, look what they're reporting in this country, Now it's they just fucking call the guy at Fox News and they print whatever the fuck they tell them to, if not the guy at Fox News just gets orders from HQ. It's probably actually like that. I mean, I've heard estimates it's at least a third of them or some sort of intelligence.
Fight against apartheid in South Africa. We were running all these news stories about Cubans raping people, and there wasn't a scrap of truth to it, and we would place it in local newspapers. We'd get it picked up by our other newspapers and other press outlets, and it would become an international news story, and everybody thought the Cubans were raping people. We just made it up, and it's that easy. So that's just a side note on the level of penetration on the part of the intelligence services into the propaganda complex. Regarding tactics and strategy, I know that we talked about this last time. I also know in a few recent interviews, some people are, I think, surprised, disappointed. They disagree with me on this position. So let me take a second and just see if I can lay it out as clearly as possible. And if we disagree, that's fine. Or if you want to move on, that's great. That's absolutely acceptable. The position that I take is not the lesser of two evils, Democratic Party sheepdogging politics, where you're we can't do anything, there's no choice, therefore just line up and vote blue no matter who, and that's it. The strategic project is one that recognizes this is where we want to get, but is very clear about this is where we are. And it asks the difficult question of how you get from there to here, particularly when here isn't somebody who's on the ballot, it's not what's on offer. And you know that where you currently are, the left is, as we've been saying, dominated by the capitalist ruling class's managers. And so I think that the first most important thing in a strategic approach to politics is we need to build powerful organizations of, by, and for the people. Unions, associations, parties, etc. That has to be the overwhelming majority of our focus. Elections are the ways that the capitalist ruling class manages the population by creating a spectacle in which they tell the people that they have power, while we know from the important study done at Princeton that we even touched on, I think last time, if I'm not mistaken, says that
every leftist favorite study.
Exactly. We don't really have power in this country. And so the question then really becomes about, well, if every 4 years for 5 seconds you're voting, what do you do during those 5 seconds, right? So it's actually a very small part of the political spectrum of, I think, what you should be doing. I also think that elections in this country have, in recent history, all been determined by swing states, about 5 of them. And so if you're in a non-swing state and you're progressive and you're invested in building alternative power, then I think the choice is pretty clear. You should figure out exactly what your politics are, and you should mobilize in order to support a political party that is outside of the capitalist-controlled duopoly.
So everyone not in Ohio, should be voting green.
Yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania is important as well. There's a few others. I happen to be based in Pennsylvania, so it's close to home, so to speak. The other thing is that at each moment of the election, what we're facing is, well, what have our political parties been able to do, right? The Green Party's been very good at getting on a lot more ballots, but they haven't been able to get on ballots across the nation yet. But they're growing. They've also, in my opinion at least, I've seen them shift and take very strong positions that are more and more anti-imperialist. And I think that needs to be, supported. And the question then becomes, okay, what do you do if you're in a situation where you're in a swing state? You have 5 seconds to vote every 4 years. So your political energies are all basically elsewhere, building up to the point where you could walk into that ballot room or that ballot box and actually vote for somebody you want to vote for, right? You have a choice. You cannot vote. And this is a very common position. I shouldn't vote because I don't condone the duopoly and there's nobody on the ballot other than genociders. That position I disagree with because I think that is what the capitalist ruling class wants people to do. Every presidential election since World War II has been won by abstention, unless the most recent one this changed, but I don't think it did. In any case, abstention wins most elections in the United States. There's a war on voting rights. There's gerrymandering. They don't want you to vote. They would like to get rid of democracy. The only reason that we have a pseudo-democracy is because people have been fighting for their rights for centuries. And the expansion of the franchise is not in the interest of the ruling class. It doesn't mean then that the elections that we have, we can vote for people that we want, but I do think it's important to vote. But you have to recognize what voting is. Voting is an opportunity for you to choose between the managers of the imperial system. And I think it's very important to think not only about you and yours or the United States, but to think internationally. If you're in a swing state during these 5 seconds, and ask yourself a very difficult question, and that is, well, between the two genocidal pro-imperialist candidates, is there one that would give a little bit more latitude of movement so that the next time around, we can build more power and move in the right direction? Not, oh, this is the lesser of two evils, this is the end of everything, or anything like this, but to build power over time. I personally am of the opinion, and I take it from your expression, you might disagree with this, I'm not thrilled that Trump is in office. I think that Trump's rejection of the scientific consensus on the environment means that all of our lives are getting shorter because they're rolling back environmental protections that, as limited as they were, at least kept a little bit of the water and air a little bit cleaner. The ICE assaults and the mobilization of kind of shock troops is a very, very negative sign. The war on Iran that many have, administrations have not wanted to engage in, he has, dove in on. Voting for someone, the genocide in West Asia didn't stop. The Don Roe Doctrine is now strangling Cuba after the Venezuela strike. There's been an attack on universities, attack on press outlets. There is a process of increasing fascistization. Sorry for the strange, formulation, but we are moving in an increasingly fascist direction. And that is a negative. In that situation, the choice for me is between, in 5 seconds, in maybe 5 swing states, do you want something that is moving in a more fascist direction, or something that aids and abets imperialism, does support many of the same projects, but gives a larger latitude of movement for building in the next election cycle towards the types of parties and structures and organizations that we want and need? I think that we have to shelve our moralism and look at this question politically. And politically, we need an objective analysis, and going more in a fascist direction is not good for people in the United States or for us internationally. I know you disagree.
We have to shelve our moralism. We have to shelve our moralism. Ooh, Gabrielle, you lost me. We have to shelve our moralism if I weren't gone before that. Okay. A few things. Firstly, I would point out that the slide toward fascism may or may not happen more slowly or gradually under Democratic leadership, but it's still happening. There is no option presented to us to reverse course. It's only to be somewhat more subtle in ways that sometimes make it happen more slowly. We have seen Democrats champion many of Trump's excesses. We talk about the fascism, the National Guard on the street here in Washington, D.C. I'm so struck by how even over the last month or so, the number of National Guards folks walking around has taken it from like vaguely dystopian to like genuinely chilling. In all parts of town, not just, like, okay, DuPont Circle or whatever. Like, it's really inescapable. I was leaving Run Club last night, and there was a full-on tank in the middle of a field in the Navy Yard with a bunch of National Guardsmen around it. And it's worth noting that I'm in a blue city with a Democratic mayor who has praised Donald Trump for the National Guard and it bringing down crime rates in in Washington, D.C. She said last August, "We greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in the city. The difference between this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents an 87% reduction in carjackings." Well, at least there's fewer carjackings in exchange for our freedoms. And presented, of course, as though that's a zero-sum game. Like the only way to bring down crime is through military authoritarianism. We get frequently right-wing ideas pressed on a liberal and left public and adopted by them in service of electoralism. One of my favorite statistics is how over the course of the summer of 2020, there was like a 20-point swing among Democratic voters in favor of fracking because the Biden campaign was arguing that to win Pennsylvania, you had to support fracking, which was not supported by the evidence at all. There are only like 17,000 fracking jobs in the entire state. There are many more people affected by the negative impacts of fracking. And if he wanted to win Pennsylvania, he might have considered doing something like, I don't know, raising the federal minimum wage in that state. They were just doing what they wanted and then trying to find some fucking
rationalization for it. Like,
it's one of the only blue states that doesn't have a state minimum wage that's higher. We were told to abandon Black Lives Matter. We are now being told to abandon environmentalism in the name of winning elections. We are being told in the context of the Graham Plattner race to not have any concerns about what it means for someone to get a Totenkopf tattoo, to apparently know that that's what it was called and what it was, and to not have taken steps to remove it until it became an issue in a political campaign. I understand these attacks against him are made by bad faith actors who are opposed to his critiques of Israel and Medicare for all, but I don't like being in a position where I have to poo-poo accusations of some bad personal behavior simply because I want to get someone to win. And I ask myself, how do we end up in this the position all the time?
I don't poo-poo them because I think it's a fucking
moralism to the side.
I don't poo-poo them because I want them to win. I poo-poo them because they're bullshit accusations. That's why I poo-poo them. Like, the question is, do you think he's a secret Nazi or not? I don't think he's a secret Nazi, so I think he's the guy who his Reddit account posts as, which is, again, seems pretty cool, right? Like, that's your question, right? Like, like, I'm not morally compromising. Like, it's in line with my morals. It's completely reasonable. Like, I don't believe the Heritage Foundation lady, right? I don't believe her, like, at all, whatsoever. Nothing she says. You know, like, that, you know, primarily because she's a fucking paid political operative, like, working for the other side, you know? But, like, also because of the flaky nature of the story to begin with. Yeah, like I said, like, I wouldn't be, like I said, I would not be taking that fucking position, like, if that's what that was. Like, I've said it 1,000 times, like, I think every single person in this fucking country is capable of, like, you know, going a complete 180 at any given moment, seeing just one of the myriad of fucked up ways this country is. Like, there's plenty, any given moment, you know, completely plausible to me that anybody, you know, not being explicitly paid to, like, do otherwise, you know. What? Do you think that's the question? Is that, I didn't notice that about his platform. You seem to be like a Bernie type guy. You're saying he's like a fucking... Again, the question is, do you think he's a secret Nazi, or do you think he's the guy who fucking posted on Reddit, like, edgelord fucking lefty shit for 10 years?
For this goal of electoralism that even in your own framing is not going to be the ticket out of this mess, right? What are we making these moral sacrifices for, and what's left of us once we make those sacrifices? Hey YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a podcast. You can catch an extra premium episode every Monday for $5 a month at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. That's patreon.com/badfaithpodcast for $5 a month, an extra episode every week. Additionally, please do consider liking this video, subscribing to this channel. It helps us out. It helps independent media beat the algorithm. We appreciate you, and as always, keep the faith.
I mean, I believe the story that he fucking, like, I basically believe the story that he hasn't admitted to yet, but that article postulated. That he did indeed find out at some point that it was a Nazi tattoo, but, like, you know, he was pressured, or, you know, pressured himself or whatever to keep it. You know, I basically believe some version of that, which, again, I think it sucks, but, like... Do I believe he's a secret Nazi who, like, got a Nazi tattoo and kept it secret because he didn't, you know, he wasn't comfortable revealing his Nazi intentions? Instead, he had, like, an anonymous Reddit account where he just completely never said any Nazi shit ever. You know, I don't think, that doesn't sound right. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I think it's completely reasonable to me that, like, the story that he tells is true, you know? Yeah, he's got some bad posts for sure, but, like, you know, none of them are Nazi shit. But again, I said the contest is between somebody who's like, I like war, I like fucking you people, I want to do more of it, and a guy who's like, I used to think all that shit, and then I found oyster farming, and now I don't think that way anymore. You know, like I like oysters and shit now. I used to like killing people, now I like oysters. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, it's not. But again, it's not morally compromising to vote for the oyster guy. It's like, oh well, tried that, didn't work. What are you gonna do? Yeah, he's fucking, yeah. But again, like I said, I can also see somebody saying, yo, this is fucked up. At any moment. Everything is so fucked up. To say that, like, people can't recognize that is, I think, not accurate. So you think he covered it up with a different Nazi iconography? That would be fucking pretty 5D. Which, again, I still don't get why he doesn't just... Why wouldn't he just reveal his Nazi... We live in a Nazi fucking country. Why wouldn't he just say that? Listen to the chat pile guy. Why do people have to live outside? Congressman Eric Burleson. Bane Stunner. You say that again. Everyone was mad at Christopher Mellon because he was like, somebody from Trump administration asked me what my priorities would be with disclosure, and then he gave like a list, and like none of it was crash retrievals or USOs or anything. You know, interesting. Because again, I think he's the controlled disclosure team. You know, like I said, I think Grush is on an island by himself.
She and Kurt came into my tower, and as is, we said hi. I said hi to Kurt.
Him and Gerb.
And she's off just going
Grush
whatever, and they go
That's
over the magazines, right? So they come back, and they have a stack of magazines, and she just
we need a liberal
comes up to the counter, is doing this to me, like, hi, can you just put these behind the counter? And like, not once looking me in the eye. Just look me in the eye, right here. I have been in your house. I have literally seen, yeah. So here she is. It's like, hi, can you just put these behind the front counter, and just releases these 90s magazines, the slippery, slidey things. They go all over the place. I'm catching them. I'm like, and I go, yeah, sure. I'll just put them in our Rockstar hold bin that we had back here. Store
Riff
manager's
Slam,
right
what's
there.
up, dude?
The record people are right there. Kurt is right there, who starts laying into her in front of every. He's like, Courtney, God damn it, that's Patrick. He's my friend.
I don't think the fucking campaign staff who like supervised him getting it covered up would have let him get a different Nazi tattoo. No, I think that's ridiculous. You don't think like somebody from his campaign was like, here, you can do this? Somebody called around and was like, yeah, whatever. I used to like be into Nazi shit. Now I'm not.
I got a tattoo in Croatia with some other Marines. It was a skull and crossbones. I have looked at it as a skull and crossbones my entire life. And so did everybody that knew me. That was a skull, and now it is.
Look at that shit. Looks sick, dude. What's wrong with that? That's cool.
Nazi tattoo. I think when you look into the story of the tattoo, most people can begin to understand that that's never what it was. The moment I found out what other people associate it with, I was happy to cover it up.
He just sounded like he, was in a pinch, and he's like, hey, I know it's last minute, is this okay? And
do you think she's a Nazi?
So, yeah, absolutely. At any
She seems
point,
like a
I'll help him
hippie.
out. So it was a matter of just tell me when and where, and I'll be there. There's different methods you can use to cover it up, but you only need a few hours to blast a design over another one, especially one that old. There's a lot more common that people want to get rid of.
What about the
attachment on
Croatian
body than
ink?
anything.
What if he
If
gets
I
some
was
sort of
ever
fucking
under the
disease?
impression that
Like, what if the
it was a
inks
symbol associated
mix?
with that ideology,
Is that means what it
I
looks
would
like?
not have been going through life taking photographs of myself, especially considering that I have a deeply anti-fascist ideology.
How could you really feel good about it when the whole world is talking about you and a mistake you made or something that you had on your body? Like, that would not feel good for anybody.
Healthcare is a human right.
And he doesn't change who he is when he gets on the podium. So I believe in what he says. I think a lot of people do. And I think that it's important to remember that people are humans. And so they make mistakes.
Is he a tattoo artist or a campaign artist?
But I am not ashamed of who I am today.
My parole officer lived his tattoo fantasy. Oh god. Mike D 5D. Oh great. Jules Holland sounds awful. You gonna watch the Iran highlights? No? Alright, let's watch some other shit. We'll get to that. What's going on with fucking James Franco? I saw this guy was posting about it.
Hey guys, This is James Franco. Me, really, James Franco. I'm
You sure it's not an AI?
here at my house. I'm not promoting anything, okay? I'm making this account because right, some serious shit's going on, okay? And look here. This is real, okay? I'm real.
Yo.
It's me, not AI, not anything, okay? Could AI James do this? No, could not write this. This is me.
Dude, you're a confirmed creep.
Those who know, all right? Some serious stuff going on. That's why I'm contacting you. That's why I'm doing
Listen
this.
to him, man. He's serious.
Maybe seem crazy.
Look at his
like,
shirt.
What's going on? What's the
Bruce
gimmick?
Robinson.
No, this is real. Real. Okay, I can't say too much right now. I just need you to follow me. Then I'll know who's down. And I'm going to show you some crazy stuff. Okay? Just follow me. I'm going to show you. That's it. That's my garage. It's normally where I paint. I was going out there. It was night. It's gonna be night painting.
Night painting.
I go inside. And before I even turned the light on, I heard something. I thought it was an animal or something like that. And it wasn't. It was not. It was not a raccoon, squirrel. It was not possum. No. I saw hand. I saw eyes. I saw glowing eyes and hand. I don't know how many fingers, but hand. And
Bro.
speaking.
Bro.
I don't know, something. Coming out of a saying thing, hand. And that was it. I ran. I've not gone back in there. But I'm gonna go. I am gonna go. And I'm gonna show you.
I have a weed drug dealer.
They don't. You don't think I'm making it up. I'm gonna show you. But that's why I'm making these videos. So there's evidence, proof, and you're gonna get it all. And I'm gonna post it and live forever on the internet. I'm not making it up though. I'm not making this up. I don't know where else to go. I don't know, It's gotta be exposed.
It's gotta be exposed.
Right?
Right. It does.
Bring it into the light, right? I don't know why it's on me. It's happening
like
to me.
he's doing a fucking one-man play or something. This is like Britney Spears.
And then, if I disappear, you know what happened, okay? Maybe I'll just say that. If anything happens to me right now, you know what happened. What got to me. It's gonna be me. Why? People think it's a gimmick. They're gonna think it's a gimmick.
It's not.
I don't have any movie. There's no movie. It's not a movie. This is real. This is me, my house, my zebra rug, my stuff. This is me. I'm not promoting anything. This is me coming to you. I want to tell you. I'm serious. Serious.
Chilling. We are James Franco. We carry the flame. What's the thing with the t-shirt? Bruce Robinson? What is that? What? I don't know that shit.
What will pressure Netanyahu to release the real information that no one has at the moment?
In my opinion, if there's a real deal between the Americans and the Iranians, and it's going towards that, Netanyahu will try to sabotage it. One of the ways he'd sabotage it is by putting out Epstein material against U.S. government officials, including Trump. And he put it out there. New material that wasn't seen before in public.
So it's not just Trump. I know that Howard Lutnick is mentioned. There are other officials.
Not just Trump, other officials too. Yes. And he'll try to sabotage the whole negotiation and deal that would be that they're trying to make together.
But I'm going to ask you then, what do you think are the profound structural reasons why so-called mainstream media in the NATO nations giving the diplomatic and military cover for the Trump-Netanyahu war, what are the reasons that they're hiding this from the public and their publics?
I think partly they don't know. I mean, if you always have specialists working in places like the CIA who research things like the military structure of Iran and would have known that it broke itself into a 31-headed hydra to handle a decapitation attack. But you get to the top levels, people like Hegseth and Trump, who advisors are surrounded by a bunch of yes men as advisors. The information that the intelligence workers at the lower levels of the system does not get through at all. So they go and bomb Iran without realizing that 30% of the world's fertilizer passes through that strait. They bomb it without realizing that Iran was prepared to block the strait. And of course, since it's only 21 miles wide, it's extremely easy to block the flow of resources through that channel. Now, people who make the decision to go to war lack the knowledge to know that the war shouldn't be fought in the first instance. And I think that's partly why it happened. There's a sheer ignorance that these problems would result. Otherwise, I can only think that it's the whole Epstein argument that, whether it's Epstein directly or it's Mossad through Epstein, has got dirt on all these political figures, and they're towing the line to avoid having dirt published about them in the media, which would undermine and destroy their credibility and possibly get them arrested. That's about the only reason that I can think of where so many governments support the war, while the public are opposed to the war. And of course, the governments are supporting Israel when the public now seems to be large majority in favor of Palestinians.
Yeah, Professor. What are you looking for? Charlie Kirk song? I mean, what do you mean? Like, my kids, like, sing it sometimes, like, but, like, making fun of it. Man, I wish I had clicked on that video. What was it? Dave Navarro on heroin and PCP, like, on them? Like, he's fucked up? Why does it keep showing me this Nick Mullen video from 2 years ago?
And then I was like, and that's what capitalism does to people. Because I'm a theory guy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Capitalism does do that to people.
Speaking of capitalism, guys, the new business has been launched. We have full of merchandise provided to you by the Adam Friedland Show. The shop will be up soon at childpussy.video is the URL. And I know what you're thinking. What a horrible name.
Childpussy.videos.
Childpussy.video. And also, some of the older fans may say, you've already done that joke.
Yeah.
How is that different than child?
Oh, it's in the canon.
How is that different than child?
In the lore. Yeah.
Child.sexy was not a store. It was a fictional scenario in which a man could only afford one URL. That his friend was selling to him before he left for Thailand. He had to move to the Philippines for an undisclosed reason, and that man needed a website for his model train collection. Video, completely different rationale.
Yeah, that does, I don't want to see you guys in the comments with the same tired
Dream blunt rotation.
Maybe this is something you want to start teaching at the Wharton School of Business.
Yes.
But I was thinking about people have a misperception of how, like, just a very, very basic aspect of.
You talk about so much Nazi shit.
What is it called? Microeconomics? What's supply and demand? Is that macro or micro? Or mid?
Macro.
Macro. It's macro?
Micro, maybe.
Micro. So, anyways.
It's probably both.
Supply and demand, right? You have the idea. It's like, okay, I have a cookie. Let's say I have like fucking.
It's micro.
Yeah. Let's say so. I got. Fucking
10 gums.
10 gums.
10 gums.
Is that 10?
Yeah, it's 10.
What is it? 5?
Five.
Yeah, 5. All right. So I got 10 gums for sale here, and here are my customers. Right. I got 3 people. Let's say I got 3 customers. And this is the basic idea.
I don't
of
know.
supply and demand,
You think it's like
right?
porn or something?
I got 3 customers.
Or more likely gay porn?
And I got 10 for sale, right? Now, I want to sell these for $100 a pop, but there's only 3 people willing to buy it.
Yeah.
You know, so they say, well, we're not buying that fucking shit. There's only 3 of us, and you have plenty of them. Now, if I only had 1, you know, then the supply is low. And so then these people would say like, oh fuck, like only one of us can have this thing? I'll pay a fucking $1,000 for it.
Okay.
You know, so that's supply and demand.
Yeah.
That's the idea, is you always want to have less supply.
Less crap.
Than you have demand.
Okay,
right?
so, and then.
But in between these two, between the product and the customer, there's also, supply and demand doesn't come into consideration you know, as some sort of essential quality to both of these things that's realized.
Sure.
It's realized through dialectical tension between
Yeah, that tattoo artist was probably
that's
like
understood in economic terms.
She was like a Norse
as a
apocalypse
right?
accelerationist.
So, let's get these all out. Let's get
truther.
all of our products and our consumers. Let's get them here.
Ragnarok accelerationist.
The Adam Friedland Show demonstration.
So we got product, we got
no, these are consumers.
Consumer product.
Oh, those smell nice. These are our products, right? So if you have an even balance between supply and demand, that's everything, you know, kind of working in harmony. Now there's 2 ways to artificially increase demand by limiting the supply, right? But because the transaction happens in between these two, what you can also do is artificially limit access to the transaction while keeping the supply high.
Bring in your own porn
and
props
one way to
and
do
interviews
that
and do
is
that.
by using the URL childpussy.video. Then you have people saying like, well, I'm not willing to type that into my computer.
I don't want any
I'm
part
too
of
much of
that.
a coward to type that
But
in.
that T-shirt is
and this
cool,
guy,
and I really want
this guy,
terrorism T-shirt.
This guy, he says, fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm typing that in.
Yeah.
You've already typed that into your browser.
Yeah, you've crossed the
And now you're
Rubicon.
here.
Yeah.
And you see, I'll tell you what, I got 10 million gilded
Starting a podcast
heavies
named
with
Jizztown.
a shitty vinyl print of the Hezbollah logo on it, and it's $65.
Yeah.
This is already in your browser.
But he
history.
feels like he's earned it.
What are you going to do? You're going to take that product, because you can't go back when you go leave. You come back to society, and people said, "Did you type in child.video into your computer?" You have to be like, "Well, yeah, I wanted to see how much the Hezbollah T-shirts costed." And they say, so you didn't even buy one.
No good excuse.
You were just window shopping.
Not a good excuse.
You were window shopping on child.video.
Yeah.
Right? Now you come back and you got a Hezbollah T-shirt, and people would say, "Hey, where'd you get that?" And you say, "I got it at child.video." And they'll say they'll look at you, they'll look into the camera and they'll say, "That is the bravest man I've ever seen."
This is a thought experiment, right? To see how these people will be absorbed back into society.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a different.
So you buy the terrorism T-shirt, right?
It's a different understanding of supply and demand.
Right. It's a different understanding, right? So Nick is going to buy, I think, tens of thousands of these, most likely. Right?
Yeah.
He got a good deal from a guy. We don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
He was a Jewish guy, though, and he knew exactly what these were for.
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking that there's not a Hasid selling Hezbollah.
Of course.
I mean, it's like you would think that they would.
Listen, it's a cool logo.
Listen.
Listen. It's one of the nicest T-shirts I've ever seen.
Yeah, actually, it looks amazing.
Actually, it's incredible.
I want this T-shirt.
Yeah. So this is an experiment that we're enacting. You think that there's going to be a secondary market for these T-shirts of guys that are willing to put it in the browser, right? Yeah. And then people buying it directly from them, so that they can kind of preserve their browser history.
Maybe, yeah. Then you pay the coward's fee.
You pay the coward's fee. So this guy's going in 10 times a day into child.video.
Yeah, once you've done
he's getting these $65 shirts.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a
but
VPN.
He's flipping these cocksuckers for $150 perhaps. You know, I would love to see how the economy absorbs this new business concept.
Yeah.
Because you kind of might be onto something that's...
And then here's the Joker's trick, is that once all of the shirts are sold to this second party...
Grand Platinum,
you just upload child pornography to the website. And then when the FBI comes and they're like, well, look at this. You've been going to this website. He's like, you don't understand. It's visible of T-shirts.
Nazi kitty
They're
porn
like, well,
platinum.
check it out.
Well, let's pull it up.
Let's pull it out and check it out.
No,
They probably already have that one.
Hardcore child.
It turns out to be child pornography. And then that guy goes to jail. And when he's in jail, you go into his house and take all the cash that he got.
You take all that cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this was your plan all along, to triple your money.
Triple your money.
Yeah, maybe more than triple per unit price.
Yeah. Platypus.
You're making about $120 margins on those T-shirts.
That would be amazing.
Fuck, I need to see
On 20,000 of them.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I tell you what, even with all
That's $2 million.
all that bread, still don't have health care in this country.
Still don't have fucking health care.
Can you believe that?
We can make a website called child.video. What's it called? Child.video. And you can sell a terrorism T-shirt, but we don't have fucking health care.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
that's insane to me.
Yeah, but you can't even fucking go to the doctor.
But you can't even go to the doctor.
Wow.
What a fucking country. See this project and Dick's wearing of this T-shirt, this is all a commentary, theory-based commentary, right? On our contemporary moment.
Well, you know me, dude. I love theory. I love praxis.
Yeah, he's a theory guy.
I love doing dialectical,
I'm a numbers
historical
guy.
material. I love doing historical.
I'm a numbers guy. I love doing praxis. I'm a numbers guy.
At this point, maybe we just can't process anything anymore like that. Yeah.
The thing that sucks about like a dying empire,
Yeah.
you know, because like you think about like ancient Rome, and it's like, what about just the regular people that lived in ancient Rome, and they were just trying to live their
They're
lives,
mostly slaves.
because like fucking one of the Caesars, had sex with too many of his nephews.
And there was mercury in their cum.
Because of that guy.
Because he had mercury poison from cum.
Yeah, because he drank too much mercury cum.
Does Adam have
Then
gray
you
hair?
just have to like die or something.
Yeah, you have to die.
That's from losing to me in
I'm trying to
FIFA.
fucking make sandals
Some
over here.
Persian ho comes in and he just gets to take your house.
This is bullshit.
Well, however it works, you think about like, like the meme with the strong men create gay times and gay men create fast times. And
So Adam dyes his hair?
You know what I'm talking about, right? And the drawings, and you see the city burning, and you're like, fuck, is that gonna be me? I'm gonna be burning? And it's really, that's not what I worry about so much. It's like, okay, well, if America is on like a collision course with, I don't know, like a Looney Tunes wall, where the Roadrunner running right into, or the Wile E. Coyote, and I guess the Roadrunner is people liking Israel.
Okay.
It's the idea, the concept of Israel's image being rehabilitated. And we're running into the wall, and we're about. And so, if America is a dying empire, at what point, like, I wish.
Why do you use all these
can
old
I just
videos?
not do anything? Can I just stop paying my fucking rent?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I not worry about
one
my
step ahead of you.
credit score?
The answer is no.
Yeah, I know, it sucks. It's
The
gonna
answer is no.
This whole city's gonna be on fire, and I'll be like, I gotta make these fucking mortgage payments.
Yeah, there's gonna be an errand that you're gonna have to run in the middle of it.
Well, I still have to do all this bullshit.
Correct. Yeah. It's gonna suck.
I tried staying up the other night because I'm like, I'm a fucking adult. I don't have to go to bed at 10 p.m. I don't have to do that. I don't have to self-impose a bedtime. And then I just kind of sat there on the couch doing nothing until like
Dude, you come hang out with us.
And I was like, ah, fuck this, I'm going to bed.
What, you didn't have an activity plan?
There's
like
nothing I
put
want
a
to
movie
do.
on?
No.
No.
I don't. I just want to go to sleep.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm tired of, what's all this, why do I have to do shit? I don't want to fucking do anything.
Yeah.
You know? Which is like the criticism made of like, you know, like I guess like internet communists or leftists. It's like, oh, these people want to do nothing. They're lazy, basically. They don't want to work. That's where like, oh, we need a revolution so I can sit around doing fucking nothing. But that is also like kind of the goal in capitalism. Whereas if you make enough money, then you can sit around fucking doing nothing.
That's correct.
And I feel like I've made that amount of money.
But it's not.
It's not.
But it's not.
No, yeah.
But it's not.
Right. Otherwise,
cannot afford...
Otherwise, there would be one guy actually doing that.
Yes.
There's not a single one.
No.
The richest man in the world is constantly just being like, oh, what if I tried this? And people are like, f*** it.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't want to. Why does he have to do anything?
I don't know.
You would think the human mind would be like, all right, I have the most amount of money. Obviously, I don't have to...
Why does he have to post a picture with impact font on top of it?
Right, yeah.
Why?
I know, and you would think it's like people. Well, the dumb answer is like, oh, he's insecure. He wants people to like him. No, it's because even a man who's had that much privilege and done everything is still so psychologically damaged by like this process of having to do things.
Yeah.
That he's like, I don't know. I mean,
maybe bacon.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. What if there was bacon 3 meals a day?
It sucks.
It sucks.
And that's why it's like, you know, what are they doing?
We can't even appreciate them pulling out a twin mattress
with a
dark substance smeared on it.
Whatever they're doing down there in the tunnels, as bad as
I think there's most likely a reasonable solution.
I'm sure they're living a life that none of us have access to. A type of freedom, while the acts themselves are abhorrent and evil, they're tapped into some sort of metaphysical freedom that we can't really appreciate.
That's
Same
true.
thing with whatever was going on that island temple.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were really letting loose.
Yeah.
We're like
I don't want to have to think about doing anything other than like brushing my teeth and wiping my ass.
Right. Yeah.
I just sit there. I've gotten to the point. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is the tunnel thing or this war. It's the fucking war. And the tunnel thing.
How is it that the war is about tunnels and then there's Jewish tunnels? How is that in terms of what's it called, synchronicity?
Well,
or
just
whatever?
so just so nakedly, it's like I'm paying all these taxes, and it's like for what I work because I have to pay the taxes so they don't take the few things that I own that I don't even own. I mean, I own like I have like you know. I have these things that I have to buy so that I don't end up homeless if the bottom falls out. Because we work in entertainment and it's like, you know.
Correct. Yeah.
And so there's things I have to do. I don't want to be doing this. I
don't want to be doing this.
This is fucking humiliating. I'm an idiot. I am a fucking you're an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Every week I have to on camera humiliate myself trying to string thoughts together, and it's fucking demoralizing. And I hate
the comment.
And then people hate. There's no sympathy. It's just fucking. It's just like, oh, you bitch about having to have a conversation once a week. It's like, yeah, because everyone can see how much of a fucking idiot I am, and I'm tired of it.
That's so stupid.
I just want to.
I don't feel that way at all.
And I don't.
That sounds smart.
The reality is I'm just trying to be careful of the future and make sure that I can like take care of the people I care about. That's it.
Correct.
You know, because it's like
Don't I
can either do this or work at Papa John's, and I don't know
get a
if
job
they
at
still
Papa
hire.
John's.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if that's there for me if the bottom falls out. So I don't even know. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So I said, but yeah, I don't want to have to fucking. I sit around in my apartment now and I look at the cat and I watch the cat do nothing. And I'm like, how do I get that?
How do
I get to that?
I've been playing Woke Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And I've been going through, like, because I haven't played video games since Red Dead 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been going through that sensation of where you, like, check the time and you think it's, like, 9:30, but it's, like, 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You know? And, like, sounds nice to escape, right?
Yeah.
But it's actually been depressing me a hell of a lot more. Like I feel like my testosterone levels are dropping. I feel like my motivation is dropping. I mean, it's just like I really, it's gray outside. It's been raining. I just feel like shit.
I won. We got little Caesar. Or,
I have a
Caesars.
voicemail from Robert Kennedy Jr. on my phone.
Wow.
From a benefit I did years ago for his river thing, River Keepers or whatever.
Yeah.
And now
you played it for me, and it was. I thought it.
I have it on my phone right now. I can play it for you right now.
Thanks for doing the thing with the
Thanks
so much for coming to mine the other night.
I can't believe how different I feel about him now than I did then. I couldn't believe, as a Chicago Irish
look at his
person,
all
like
Kennedy.
to have a Kennedy call your phone, I was like flipping out. I was so proud. And now it's
if you want to play it, we'd love to hear it.
three-piece suit.
All right, here it is. Everyone's gonna think this is a bit, but this is really him. I'll hold it up to my microphone here.
That'll be good.
Oh no, wait, sorry, I have to put it on speaker.
Hey, John, just want to thank you for coming out the other night.
Hey, John, Bobby Kennedy calling. I'm just calling to say thank you for coming and making that song that sounded like it was from Angels. You were just great.
Thanks for bringing all that heroin. I did so much of it. I got so hard.
And thank you. People loved it. People loved seeing you.
That sounds like an old lady. Are you sure that wasn't Ethel Kennedy calling?
You're singing like an angel.
There's more.
Oh.
Seems like a nice
I'm
man.
grateful to you for your support, for your generosity, and for your friendship. Thanks, John. I'm at 914.
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't care. You can
his voice. Need to give it a number. His voice was so high.
I just can't, I can't. That's another guy. I just really don't understand. What could he possibly be thinking?
He's in the files, and he had to switch.
Those worms.
He's a bad boy.
In the brain or something? I don't know.
Worms.
Because he seemed like a perfectly reasonable guy.
Yeah.
Doing an environmental benefit. Now he's like drinking milk in hot tubs. And
There was also that thing the other day where Dr. Oz was on with Don Jr. talking about how he's like, they're talking about like it's this charming story. Like, your dad, he's a funny guy, an interesting guy. He thinks that Diet Coke will kill cancer cells. And they're like, yeah, well, that's, that's mental institution time. Put him in
It causes cancer.
Put him in a padded cell.
No, that shit causes
cancer. Don't be
cancer.
joking. That's the president talking like that.
Yeah.
We should be very concerned with that mental acuity there.
Someone told me something else interesting about diet soda, that you can get diabetes from diet soda.
Great.
Because your body thinks it's sugar.
Sure. That's what I mean. We need new bodies. There was a band in Philadelphia called Need New Body, and so I think about swap me out.
He's fucking killing some animals.
Doug's in good health. I'm gonna have your body, Doug.
Diabetes. That's Wilford Brimley.
Yeah.
He's not harmless. He works for Trump. No. What's this? Dude, I missed that sentient plasma video.
The Israelis know that they can get away with murder. Literally, the murder of U.S. servicemen, and the United States government will cover
US
it
Liberty
all
guy.
up and swear
Why isn't this going
the
back?
surviving victims to secrecy. So, getting away with murder, well, that is the
Clicked on the
tradition.
plasmoid when I saw him. Adam's girlfriend? Adam has a girlfriend? I want to watch that Kyle video. Oh, what's this Tulsi thing?
And let me ask
does
you,
cause an injection. I try to avoid all
does
those
Ukraine
fake
have
sugars.
chemical or biological weapons?
Papa Matt's in Liège.
Ukraine
I would do that.
has biological research facilities.
Really? Oh, that's right.
which, in
She
fact,
hot?
we are now quite concerned Russian forces may be seeking to
Aspartamine's the
gain
worst.
control
What about that
of.
other
So
one,
we
the
are
green
working
one?
with the Ukrainians on how they can prevent any of those research materials from falling into the hands of Russian forces should they approach.
That was Victoria Nuland, who was then the undersecretary.
Some of us were saying this at the time, and y'all were fucking calling us Russian shills. Like, the fucking Russians published their report like a couple months after the war started. It was like, this is what we found, and they posted videos and everything. It was well documented. And I was like, oh, wow, look at this, is horrible. And then motherfuckers are like, oh, would you fucking Victor Gregorian pay you to say that? Victor Gregorian? Come on. Stairs? $375 for that? Really? She's kind of hot, I guess. What's her deal? Maya La Forteza? What does she do? Party. Let's go to a lot of book parties. And L money? Who? Victor, EL money? She's an actress? She's British? Or she's on East End? Oh, that's a short. I thought it was the show EastEnders. Not really then? Not a real actress? Business consultant? Strand Bookstore? That might be her. She works at a bookstore? The Russian spy in the Ukrainian models. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Is this her? That's her, right? So he like met the hot girl at the bookstore and married her? That's pretty cool. That's a different Nick Mullen, I think, right? She only has 10 followers. I have more followers on LinkedIn. Strand bookseller, 4 months. She probably hasn't updated it since then. I can't add subtitles to me, but I can add subtitles to the video we're watching. I usually try to remember to do so. Sorry, I don't just remind
Secretary
me.
of State for Political Affairs back in 2022 under the Biden administration. And people thought, that's outrageous. That's a conspiracy theory. Is it? Well,
me and Cenk.
Outgoing
Actually,
DNI
Cenk,
Director Tulsi Gabbard
I'm
just
sure
released some
you
classified
were
intelligence that leads
pointing
us
the
to
finger
believe maybe
at me
not a
at the
conspiracy theory. Anna, what's the real story?
That's right, Cenk. And let me just note that Victoria Nuland has been a huge cheerleader for keeping the war in Ukraine going.
And she said
in
that
fact,
shit.
she just got her ass handed to her in a debate featuring John Mearsheimer. But I digress. Let's get to what we've learned thanks to former DNI Gabbard declassifying some documents that show that, in fact,
Biolabs.
we have been funding biolabs in Ukraine and across the globe, by the way, which is incredibly dangerous since they're dealing with gain of function, scientific work. They're dealing with incredibly dangerous viruses and pathogens. And, in the middle of a war where one of our adversaries seems to have the leg up, that's an incredibly dangerous situation. So here's what we know based on what Tulsi Gabbard has basically put out and declassified. And let me just note, I think this was also her way of saying, I kind of failed in stopping the war against Iran, but remember that whole biolab thing? Well, now I'm delivering the goods. So she announced in a press release that Gabbard is revealing new evidence of longstanding U.S. government funding, more than 120 biolabs in over 30 countries, which is insane if you ask me. These biolabs include labs in Ukraine, which may be at risk of compromise due to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. For example, the intelligence community previously warned that a US-funded biolab in Ukraine likely housed dangerous pathogens.
She said she was retiring to deal with her husband's cancer, but, rumors are that she was pushed out for, not being pro-war enough, I guess.
And remained vulnerable to long-standing threats of Russian attack, seizure, or damage. Many of these U.S. government-funded biolabs are currently or have previously engaged in research using hazardous and highly contagious pathogens, in some cases to include dangerous gain-of-function research with very little visibility or oversight. And she's totally right about the lack of visibility, the lack of transparency by our own government in regard to funding these laboratories.
They gave him cancer and they said, we won't cure it unless you go along with whatever Mossad says.
Now, what specifically did Tulsi manage to reveal through declassifying these documents? Well, the documents do allege that the U.S. helped build and support over 40 biolabs in Ukraine, which included especially dangerous pathogen certification, EDP, and repository of biological.
They were doing that shit, but they were also testing new pharmaceuticals on fucking poor Ukrainian shit they wouldn't be able to do here. They're doing there just to expedite pharmaceutical trials. And we've kind of they've kind of slunk into the background. There's a lot of wars and shit. That's what I mean by there's so many awful things going on at any point. It's you could purely focus on the nefarious shit that Big Pharma does on a daily basis and still never run out of awful things to uncover.
Weapons and disease-causing pathogens, including anthrax, tularemia, tuberculosis,
they're one of the worst of the
swine
worst.
fever, new cattle's disease, MERS, SARS, Marburg, Ebola, Lassa, and the plague and rickettsia. Some of these, including, by the way, Ebola, incredibly dangerous. And okay, yeah, we can fund biological labs in other countries, which is a bad idea since we don't have full control of foreign countries.
Haptagon labs?
So what if there's some sort of revolution and there's a government we don't like in charge and you have 40 biolabs in a country that, that we funded,
Nazi
that
shit,
we propped up? Now those biological weapons are in the hands of a government that is adversarial to the United States. This is so stupid. And besides which, Cenk, as we have learned, there could be a lab leak of these dangerous pathogens, and we could find ourselves with another COVID-19 type pandemic. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so people are continuing to call it a conspiracy theory, and I want to separate out two different things here. The Russians said that this was one of the reasons they invaded. I don't believe that at all. I think the Russians were going to invade no matter what. Partly out of the provocation of pushing NATO right up to their borders. We've gone through that a million times. But once he lined up his military there, Putin was going in. So separate that out. But I don't understand why people just continue to lie in demonstrably false ways. They're like, look at Tulsi Gabbard releasing intelligence that shows that there was biolabs. What a stupid conspiracy theory. What do you mean? She released the intelligence and it turns out there were biolabs. How could it still be a conspiracy theory? I just don't get it. I don't know. They
don't get it.
In Washington, this happens all the time where you show them an apple and they're like, no, it's not there. That's a monkey. You're like, what?
A monkey.
Why are you saying things that are empirically untrue?
Well, she even released a list of some of the facilities, Biolabs, that the United States has funded in Ukraine in particular. So let's take a look at graphic 5 here. This is a screenshot of the declassified document that she released. And in it,
I use knife dementors to attack my enemies. And by enemies, I mean non-subscribers.
you have very specific biolabs that are named and just how much the United States has bankrolled the research in these labs, the design and construction of these labs. I mean, there's the Kherson Diagnostic Laboratory. Total cost of the laboratory was over $1.7 million, but that's just one of the 40 laboratories that the United States has funded in Ukraine. And look, not to pick on Ukraine only. I mean, this is an issue in other countries as well. We are funding and propping up biolabs in foreign countries that, again, we don't have and we shouldn't have full control of. We don't have full control of sovereign countries, nor should we seek control of sovereign countries.
When I started this show, I didn't think I'd end up running an online merch store too, but launching Shop TYT meant suddenly juggling
it, and there's been so little transparency about it that honestly, I don't begrudge people for thinking this is crazy, this sounds like a conspiracy theory, because the fact of the matter is our government has been hiding the ball. They've been lying to us. They have not been transparent with us.
Yeah, no, this is like an extra level of Kafka-esque here because they're not even denying that it's true. So let me read Mike Levin's. This is a Democrat from California, and he summarizes what a lot of people are saying about this. He says, as far as I can tell, Tulsi's big secret biolab bombshell is recycled Kremlin propaganda. These labs were never secret.
Jeez.
No, wait. So you're saying ridiculous that they existed, and we always knew they existed. Which one is it? Did they never exist, or we always knew that they existed? So I don't think they're even trying to make sense. And
no, I mean, why would Tulsi need to declassify documents in order for the public to see the evidence that we've been funding biolabs in other countries? Come on.
Yeah, no, look, let me be, and by the way, somebody even called it a trope. I'm like, wait, how did that get involved here? Okay, so this is just crazy, right? All right, guys, we have these biolabs that we funded all across the world, and they do gain a function research. It's super dangerous, having nothing to do with any other war or any other issue. It's super dangerous. We don't control those labs, and our government keeps lying to us about it. And then when we find out, they go, "Oh, we were always open about it anyway." Tropes. No, you weren't. That's not true at all. So I'm glad she released that, no matter how much flack she gets for it. I'm certainly not a Tulsi Gabbard fan, and I'm certainly not a fan of the Russian invasion.
I don't know if they actually accomplished that goal, but you know that was part of their goals by putting them right on the border. They probably have a shitload of them on China's border too. Iran's. Vectors. Potential, millions of potential vectors right there. And like, again, after the RFK started running his mouth, it became really fucking taboo to talk about, but like, there's a Wired magazine article from the 90s about Israel's attempts to make fucking genetically, targeted viruses.
Israel has hypnotized
that's long been one of their goals. Like,
and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Right? Like, they may not talk about it so much, but like, that's definitely something that they're trying to, figure out. We can also tell, like, by the way that they were waging war, like, intentionally trying to, like, accelerate spread of, like, fucking various diseases and viruses, like, kind of like, obviously the systematic destruction of healthcare is going to be, indicative of that, but, like, the way that they would cut out sewage and force people into certain areas and then cut off the water supply, like all kinds of stuff they were doing. I guess that's why it's a trope. If it's a tactic that Israel employs, then it's a trope to talk about it in any context whatsoever. We're doing starvation tropes. Do you want to watch Kyle's video about the UFC or Ed Zitron on Breaking Points? No, I think he probably like got him from doing drugs in some back alley. You know? Like, I was a drug addict and I managed to like be relatively clean about it. Like, I feel like the kind of guy RFK he is, just from like what we see of him, he was probably like the messiest dope head ever. Like, he probably just shared needles and did all kinds of rancid. I haven't watched T by T in a while, but nobody else was covering it. How come I never get Kyle on my recommendations? It's because it's too dangerous. It says cuck too much. Look, I'm scrolling all the way down, no Kyles. I watch Kyle like every day. Oh, finally there's one. Nobody goes after Rogan so hard.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about this UFC fight on the lawn of the White House. I mean, this thing, I don't even have the words to describe what the fuck we witnessed, bro. This thing was a catastrophe, right? Republicans went after Barack Obama for wearing a tan suit, which, by the way, objectively, he looked good as hell in that tan suit. He was freaking that shit, let's be honest.
Yeah,
okay?
right? Yeah.
But this is like desecrating the White House on motherfucking steroids and human growth hormone. Okay, I've never seen anything like this before. Never in my life.
Like, he was probably so much worse than Hunter Biden.
Okay, Brian Krasenstein says, "What the fuck? Trump is fucking using honor guards at a UFC event on the Lincoln Memorial. No, this is not okay.
God,
Don't you dare call
so
yourself
mad.
a patriot while supporting this crap." So here, let me show you what was going on. I guess, was this the weigh-in, I guess? Yeah, my guess is this is not what the Lincoln Memorial is supposed to be used for. Yeah, this seems just a little bit disrespectful. Using the honor guards in this way seems quite disrespectful. In fact, honor guards are trained for state funerals, fallen soldier ceremonies, and dignitary protocol. That is their sacred operational mandate. Trump just deployed them as set dressing for a UFC card. You don't get to call yourself a patriot and applaud this. Okay. But then we also have this. It was either the morning before or the morning of the UFC fight. But there's this thing called Nitro Circus, I believe. And I guess it might be the case that Dana White is either part owner or full owner of this company also. And look at what the fuck they were doing. This is so crazy.
No.
Look at this.
Well, that's pretty cool. Sick. Kyle's just not a patriot. He doesn't get it. It's America's 250th
Just like
birthday.
the
and we need to
backdrop
celebrate.
of these historic buildings in Washington, D.C., mixed with fucking like literal idiocracy type, low IQ.
It really
drivel.
is idiocracy.
Like, what are we even doing here? What are we even doing here? But I'm just getting warmed up, bro.
very
Because we also
American.
have this.
It's very
The White House posted the morning of, wake up, it's fight night.
It was inevitable,
And it shows
man.
like mega
so
jacked
gross.
fucking
Ew.
Uncle Sam AI slop ass image with fireworks and flags and, you know, the cage for the
He's so
cage fight.
veiny. Oh
I mean,
my God.
what do you even say to this? And then somebody quote tweeted it with President Camacho from the movie Idiocracy. By the way, do yourself a favor, go watch the movie Idiocracy.
No.
And
Just
tell
put it
me
on the
the number
TV.
of things that remind you of the current era that we're living in. But as somebody pointed out the other day, the difference is President Camacho, at the very least, was actually trying to solve problems that they had. Whereas with Trump, And MAGA, there's not even, they're not even pretending to try to solve the problems. He simply does not give a fuck about anything except self-dealing and self-aggrandizement. How about this? Free monsters are helping to keep the crowd cool at White House UFC. Now, let me point out, it was fucking 90 to 95 degrees in that bitch, y'all. We're about an hour and 15 minutes from D.C., and it was swampy as a motherfucker.
Camacho's objectively a better
fuck.
President.
It was very, very hot outside.
Exactly.
Look at this.
Okay, gotta stay cool at UFC. Monster, just free drinks here.
Sick.
Strawberry lemonade, sir.
It looks delicious.
Wonderful, thank you.
I'm at a loss for words.
It looks
First
delicious,
of all,
man.
One of them
It's
bitches
got
can
what
give you a
plants
heart attack,
crave.
right? Who are we kidding?
It's got what
Monster
plants
Energy.
crave.
That is like legal crack cocaine. You're trying to be like Hunter Biden in 2007 if you're drinking even one of those shits. You got people drinking multiple Monster Energies.
Calm down, Kyle.
In 90, 95 degree heat. Okay?
I would have drank so many of them shits.
This was at the Ellipse, where
It's
they
like when
watch
they
it on
had
the
free
big screen.
Sparks.
And then I'll show you in
Dude,
a little
we
bit,
had
but a bunch
that-
of these
whatever year
redneck
that
losers
was.
started fighting each other.
There was like a 1 year period. It was like when we had that sick loft in Brooklyn, right on the river in Williamsburg, like right in like 2005 when shit was popping off. Like it was so sick, and we had this hookup with Sparks. So we just had like a permanent, like we just got a delivery like on a weekly basis. They would show up with like cases of Sparks because they knew we had sick parties. Like it was like me and a bunch of my buddies had this, oh god, incredible loft. North Third and Kent. It was like right there, right in the right in the shit, in the action, and heart. That I can give myself a heart murmur. What's Von Dutch? Like the hat? Zero sugar? Panera wouldn't have that lemonade. Oh yeah, isn't that like the most caffeinated drink on the market is like that one type of Panera lemonade? Isn't that like a study came out recently? I don't know. I let my kids have a rock star yesterday. And just like a couple sips. And they were on sale, and Eloise was cleaning her room, so I was like, okay, all right, if you're gonna clean your room, all right, fine. And then Eamon was like, oh, she gets one, blah blah blah, and of course he was annoying about it. This isn't gonna be a thing though.
This is what ended up happening. This is what now has become of what's supposed to be, important historic ground in Washington, D.C. Okay, then you have this UFC guy, Sean Strickland, used to be pro-MAGA, then started realizing, oh shit, Trump's actually horrible and a liar, and he's in the Epstein files, and he's warmongering everywhere. And so he tried to crash the event, I believe at the Ellipse, and immediately got swarmed by cops. Watch this.
Really?
We're gonna go right to the stage and we're gonna just fucking rally this motherfucker. Relax, no, just one.
Oh no, dude. You're gonna get your ass beat, bro.
Allah, stop, go back.
cannot believe that, bro.
How the fuck y'all gonna lock up the middleweight chick?
Pretty sure I didn't break them all. Like, I'm pretty sure.
All right, he's not done though, because we also got this from him. Listen.
Come ban me that fucking pedophile.
He said, Trump banned me, that fucking pedophile.
heard him,
okay,
Kyle.
so the Weather Channel came out and said, UFC Freedom 250 is facing a chaotic weather setup on the White House South Lawn with a 60% chance of thunderstorms, heavy downpours, and wind gusts up to 34 miles per hour, threatening to delay the outdoor fights. On top of the storm risk, brutal DC humidity is driving a triple-digit heat. Triple digit. So the feels like is over 100 is what they're saying. Also, massive problem with gnats, massive problem with mosquitoes that they had to deal with. That's not me saying it. That's Dana White, the head of the UFC, who had come out and warned that in advance. So, rapid response. So the White House basically angrily responds and says, this event is about celebrating America's unmatched greatness after 250 years, which apparently doesn't sit well with the friendless loser who wrote this bullshit clickbait headline. Rain or shine, we're celebrating our great country no matter what. God bless America. So we're now at the point where the Trump idiots are arguing with the weather. They're arguing with, like, basic forecasting, with factual descriptions. And, oh, would you look at that? Guess what? Turns out the Weather Channel was 100% correct because we did have a weather delay. Watch. Point out, this is like the Eisenhower room at the White House, which they're using as like the warm-up room. I'm sure that's exactly what they had in mind when, you know, this room was created. You fucking utter catastrophe. What are we even talking about here? How about this? Like boarded my flight to DCA National Airport. Come to find out, the President of the United States has paused all flights because of the UFC fight at the White House. The air traffic controllers were not warned, nor were the airport staff or travelers. She goes on to say, the pilot says the reason given for the shutdown is that there's going to be some kind of military jet air show above the White House. Also, there was reporting from Midas Touch. You had emergency landings, basically, or like an emergency call-in from certain flights that were landing in Washington, D.C., because they had this massive laser show a couple of nights before the UFC event. And it was blinding pilots in the cockpit. They, like, couldn't see shit because the lasers were going right at them. And they caused this massive crisis. So Trump's reaction was, I'm just going to shut down the airports. I'm just going to make sure nobody can fly and inconvenience everybody so I can do a military flyover, which, by the way, how much money did that cost, right? How much money are we spending on that? By the way, I'll show you that in a second. Aaron Rupar says, it's notable to me that the administration tried to frame tonight's UFC event as a gift to Americans. That's Trump's words, a gift to Americans. But you can't watch it unless you have a paid subscription to Paramount Plus. Guess who owns Paramount Plus? The Ellisons. The Trump mega donors, the Ellisons. This whole thing is all about the corruption and all about the self-dealing. It is insane. Okay, now here's Trump coming out for the UFC event. And take note, you know, you would think, oh, the crowd is going to explode and they're going to be like, yeah, Trump, we love Trump, bro. They go fucking silent, bro. I was shocked when I saw this because you couldn't rig a situation anymore to, like, have them super support the president. And even in this scenario, him and Dana White walk out, you could hear a motherfucking pin drop. Watch. It's like they were louder before he came out. Then as soon as he came out, everything was quiet. Okay, here we go. If anyone sees Dana White at the fight tonight, can you ask him why he chose these paintings to be displayed on national television? Look at this in the background. This motherfucker hangs out with Trump. He's an Epstein class insider, and the painting on the wall, the picture maybe on the wall, is like seemingly a young girl getting plowed by some adult. And this is in the background of this video that he posted himself. They're weird, bro. These people, they're dark. They're weird. Okay, the back of Trump's hand is extremely discolored tonight at the UFC White House event. So here he is walking out with Dana White. By the way, I have a theory that every old white guy slowly but surely morphs into Miss Doubtfire. And that's exactly what you're seeing here. Both Donald Trump and Dana White are slowly but surely morphing into Miss Doubtfire. Actually, Dana White looks like, what's her name? She was like, was she American Idol? Some American Idol woman? Or The Voice or whatever? Susan Boyle? Remember Susan Boyle? Anyway, Dana White looks like Susan Boyle and Donald Trump looks like Miss Doubtfire. But okay, look at the hand on Donald Trump. Let's zoom in a little bit.
They look like non-subscribers.
Look at that, bro. They are straight caking that makeup on. They are globbing that makeup on. I've never seen them so aggressively put pounds and pounds of makeup on to try to cover up the bruise from the injections, the IVs that he's getting on a regular basis to try to keep his dumbass alive. His morbidly obese 80-year-old body alive.
Why doesn't he get the injections in his
here,
blood?
I'll show you. This is the flyover part. Watch this.
For the land of the free.
First of all, why is the dude singing wearing like a 1920s Italian mafia gangster outfit? Bro is wearing them thick-ass pinstripes. You need a Tommy gun with that outfit, son. What is this? What are we witnessing here? How many millions of dollars did that cost? By the way, this is the same government that cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels. Making sure kids can get cured of their cancer, that costs too much. Let's not do that. That's a pain in the ass. Making sure grandma can have a meal because she's low income, nope, let's cut that. We don't need that. That's useless. That's stupid. But have a shitty fucking flyover at your dumbass Idiocracy UFC event? No problem, bro. We don't even care. Let's do it. Let's do it over and over, in fact.
Plans for creating it.
The Freedom 250 UFC fight at the White House features ad placement for the Saudis along with gambling and crypto companies. Oh, my word.
Yeah,
you can see Polymarket over here. Steak. By the way,
fascists?
that's not even legal in the U.S. It's not even legal in the U.S., and they're advertising it. Riyadh season. So, like, murderous dictatorships, wretched, repulsive, vile fucking gambling companies that are, like, turning a whole generation into degenerates, and steak, which is probably the worst of the worst, right? Like I said, illegal in this country. This thing is just an orgy of corruption, y'all. Okay, this isn't a celebration of America 250. This is corruption on full display on the White House lawn. Trump owns shares in both UFC and Paramount. UFC CEO Dana White donated $1 million to a pro-Trump super PAC. One of the event's sponsors donated $35 million to MAGA Inc. And like I said, Trump said it's a gift to Americans, but you have to pay to get Paramount Plus in order to watch it.
Yeah, that's
Paramount Plus
up,
is run by Trump mega donor the Ellisons. Jesus Christ. All right. An advertisement for Trump's crypto coin plays mid-broadcast during coverage of the White House UFC fight. You literally cannot make this shit up. So Trump's crypto coin is literally a shit coin. It's a total scam. Trump has a shit coin that he scammed his own people with. Melania has a shit coin that she scammed all the MAGA people with as well. They made a tremendous amount of money.
Tremendous.
Fucking with...
Tremendous amount of money. Check this out. Yeah. Look how beautiful it is. There's so much. The world is such a, the duality of the world. There can be such beauty and such horrors. Gotta get some close-ups on those stalks, you know what I'm saying? I can't tell if that's man-made or not. It does have that weird sort of cross-hatching pattern. If it's an anomalous crop circle, the plants are gonna grow back stronger. They're not even dead. They don't. The stalks are just bent. The man-made ones, they break the stalks. The anomalous ones, the stalks are just like bent over. It's like they got like zapped with like microwaves. And they've done studies like the yield goes up the next year. I mean, yeah, those are the ones that you really can't explain. I mean, people can tell pretty well now just based on the way the stalks look. Like, they have that weird little bubble thing, too, like where the beam hits it. Oh man, I want to fucking go to sleep, watch that Spain highlights. Jesus. What's this video?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's the Angry Astronaut, and I am sick of these so-called experts, the aerospace professors and engineers who are telling the world that interstellar travel is basically impossible.
Hard to tell
Not
which
all
ones
of
are
them,
real.
just some of them. They write these smug articles that casually admit that no law of physics actually forbids it, and then spend 2,000 words explaining why it's still infeasible because of engineering. They pile on problems until the average viewer walks away thinking the stars are forever out of reach. The latest one making the rounds is by Kai James, an aerospace scientist from Georgia Tech. It was published in The Conversation recently and blasted everywhere online. Could aliens ever visit Earth? An aerospace scientist unpacks the challenges of interstellar spaceflight. He walks through distance, propulsion, deceleration, dust, and claims that there are, quote, hundreds of conflicting design requirements that supposedly filter every possible solution down to zero. If aliens ever showed up, he says the real question would be, how on earth did they get here? Well, I read the whole thing, and today I'm going to answer that question with real physics-respecting solutions that serious scientists have already studied. These aren't sci-fi fantasies, they're published concepts. Let's break it down point by point. I'm not making any of this up.
They have their starting assumptions, and then that's what they debunk. That's the whole game. It's fucking stupid.
Good afternoon, spaceflight and alien enthusiasts, and welcome to another Angry Bulletin. Today, we are going to be talking about interstellar travel again, something that I haven't discussed a lot lately. I've been really kind of hyper-focused on the UFO stuff just because so much of it has been coming out lately, plus Artemis and all of that. But interstellar travel is a favorite topic of mine. There are a variety of different methods of accomplishing it that don't require things like warp drives, wormholes, or things that we are not even sure are possible. There are things that definitely work within the framework of physics and technology as we understand it today that makes interstellar travel very possible indeed. But that's something that many experts, so-called experts anyway, don't want to accept. Every time we have a...
Did you read the three-body problem? There's like fucking like 6 different ways in just that one book, that one trilogy.
story, especially about
Again,
UFOs.
read the three-body problem.
Somebody hauls out an aerospace engineer or a physicist or perhaps some sort of personality who's a little bit more famous, and they go off talking about the challenges of interstellar travel, just how incredibly difficult the whole exercise can be. And so, because it's so difficult, it's actually difficult enough to be impractical, to be so close to impossible that nobody would really ever attempt it, and neither will humanity.
We never even tried.
But this just, frankly, isn't true.
The only space flight we've done has been the
many
fucking,
methods of traveling, not faster than light, but
basically,
still fairly close to the speed of light to make interstellar journeys to at least nearby stars a realistic possibility that have been discussed since before I was born. Many different intriguing concepts, and we're going to cover all of these things in sort of a response to an article that was published recently
not because we can.
in the Conversation, an article that was written by an aerospace engineer, an expert, and since he's an engineer and since he knows all of these things, certainly he must be right. At least that's the vibe I'm getting from his article. But here's the reality. This isn't true. Interstellar travel is very feasible, especially if we're talking about an extremely advanced alien civilization that is thousands or perhaps even millions of years more advanced than us. But even if we're not talking about that, there are ways of traveling from star to star that we can understand and implement utilizing technology and science as we understand it today. The problem is people look at the challenges without looking for solutions. The article opens with the tyranny of distance. Proxima Centauri is 4.25 light years away. If Earth is a pea, that's like New York to Sydney. Nearest intelligent civilization is probably much further. At 10% of the speed of light, it takes almost a century to make a round trip, and risks multiply with time. Well, here's my response to that. Yes, it is a long way. No argument there, but let's get some real perspective. It is 4.6 million times farther from Earth, where Voyager 1 is right now, than it is from New York to London. And we did that with 1970s technology on a shoestring budget. We sent probes out of the heliosphere. Humanity has already overcome insane distances, oceans, poles, the entire solar system. Civilizations that last thousands or millions of years don't see 4 light years as a brick wall. They see it as a project. Distance is a challenge. Right there. It is not an insurmountable barrier. Now, interestingly enough, the author brings up one of the most unusual methods of traveling from star to star as the first possibility that he wants to debunk or criticize, and that is laser propulsion, or kind of a modified light sail or solar sail. But instead of using sunlight to push your solar sail, you use an extremely powerful laser that's based either on Earth or in Earth orbit. And why are you doing this? Because the high energy photons from the laser provides an enormous amount of thrust without the ship having to carry any fuel. Why not just put the laser on the ship itself? Well, if you do that, it means you have to carry enough fuel to power the laser. A fusion power plant or whatever you would use would require an immense amount of fuel in order to push the sail up to relativistic velocities. So the best way for this to work is to utilize a laser array that's in Earth orbit, pushing the sail at a constant acceleration of 1g. That constant acceleration would actually get the sail up to almost the speed of light in a year's time, or 50% of the speed of light in about 5 to 6 months. Now, the author calls this propulsion system exotic and says that the energy and infrastructure would be staggering, and he correctly notes that there's no built-in way to slow yourself down at the destination. But here's my response. First of all, the power problem. with actual numbers. Yes, accelerating a 1,000,000-ton ship, let's say it's very big, 1,000,000-ton ship, to 50% of the speed of light would require serious energy. The relativistic kinetic energy works out to about 1.39 times 10 to the 25th power joules. However, the sun outputs 3.826 times 10 to the 26 power watts, full solar output for roughly 36 milliseconds equals that energy before efficiency losses. So if you add a Dyson megastructure, in other words, solar collectors surrounding the sun that are capturing just 1% of the sun's output, this has orders of magnitude more power than needed. It could run a massive laser array and launch 1,000,000-ton ships on a regular schedule. Now you could have a more realistically sized megastructure in space, perhaps twice the size of the Earth, something along those lines, and even that would be able to gather immense amounts of energy, certainly enough to power the sail. Yes, the infrastructure is huge, but so was building the internet or the pyramids, and an advanced civilization would do this as a routine engineering problem. Okay, so we know that the distance is immense between stars, and we also know that traversing that distance with something like a laser sail or a light sail is going to require an immense infrastructure with a colossal amount of energy. But does that make it impossible? And also, is it really impossible to decelerate with a laser sail setup? So there are two practical solutions for decelerating a laser sail at your destination. Solution one.
It's an engineering problem, not a physics problem. That's the thing. That's why I think it's stupid to think that it's not doable. Like, yeah, you can build bigger lasers. It's something we know how to build. We can just make bigger versions of it. It's not like hard to do. We prioritize fucking killing babies. That's why we don't do it. You know, it's that simple.
Photogravitic or photogravitational deceleration. This is a real peer-reviewed concept published in 2017 by René Heller and Michael Hipke. As your laser sail approaches the target star, especially a triple star system like Alpha Centauri A, B, and Proxima, you use the star's gravity to deflect your trajectory and get an Oberth effect boost, and then you use the star's own photon pressure, its light pushing on your sail to brake you. You can shed enormous velocity without carrying extra fuel or a second giant laser array from home.
Like, you can find other ways to, like, get it started and then fucking add the lasers to it. Like, there's a lot of ways you could improve upon this. Again, like I said, we've never even tried at all. Like, we've never done anything. Which, again, would be the price of, like, I don't know, do one less war, and you could afford to do some incredible shit. I mean, yeah, well, it's coming. We're gonna have fully automated luxury space communism. Yeah. Freaking laser beams. It depends on where you put it. There's a lot of methods, a lot of options. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you can just make your laser bigger, you heard them, the output of the sun for a millisecond. You just gotta capture more of that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's just making content, you know, like, I think that haters are, you know, like the Antons of the academic world. I don't think they're as prevalent. I just think they're overrepresented because it's good content for guys like this. I feel like whenever there's somebody who puts a paper, because yeah, I see a lot of papers the opposite, exactly, showing ways to improve upon it. But again, there's a huge stigma. It applies to this shit too. The same reason they're scared to talk about UFOs, they're scared to talk about building big laser sails, right? There's only a handful of journals that'll publish this shit, and like, it's frowned upon, you know? And once you're doing look at the shit Avi Loeb gets just for like fucking pointing out like, oh, this is, you know, This is an anomaly. Bastani can barely afford his new studio. He's not going to prioritize space travel. Who? Is he the space guy? Yeah, if we said it, if we said it was for Israel. I mean, they probably already have one, to be honest. They probably just need to, like, repossess theirs and point it in the other direction. I mean, MTG was probably right.
Calculations show that you can decelerate from several % of the speed of light into a bound orbit around the target planet. This is exactly the graviphotonic idea that I've mentioned in the past. It's been studied in detail. Now here's another solution. They're called mag sails. You deploy a large superconducting loop or magnetic field generator. It interacts with the interstellar plasma or the destination star's stellar wind and magnetosphere, and this creates drag like a magnetic parachute. The faster you're going, the more effective the braking. No onboard propellant is needed for deceleration. This is one of the best studied fuel-free interstellar braking methods. It turns the destination system's own environment into your brake. Both solutions respect physics, they're just hard engineering. And you can use a combination of both deceleration solutions in order to accomplish your goal. You can use the mag sail to gradually bleed off velocity as you're entering the star system. Keep in mind, you can start this process from billions and billions of kilometers out because the star's magnetosphere is that big. And then you can utilize the star's light for additional braking by making a close approach to the star. And again, if we're talking about a triple star system like the Centauri system, you can utilize all 3 stars to slow down. So yes, it is possible to decelerate a laser sail. You just need to get a little inventive.
A lot of Starship Troopers. Weren't there bugs involved?
Okay, so laser sails are not the only method we're talking about here. In addition to that, we need to talk about rockets, although not the rockets that you and I understand in today's day and age, or even nuclear rockets, fusion rockets. Even those would find themselves extremely challenged to get the job done. Instead, we need to talk about antimatter. And no, that's not science fiction. Antimatter is a real possibility, and there are caches of antimatter hidden throughout the solar system and throughout the universe.
Really?
So in addition, the article trashes chemical rockets because these would require more fuel than in the entire observable universe to reach just 10% of the speed of light. Even fusion power would require an enormous amount of fuel. We're looking at more than 30 times the mass of the ship.
You should speed it up
then
with the
there's
fusion
antimatter, and the author says that antimatter is impossibly hard to make, and notes that humans have produced less than 20 billionths of a gram total, and therefore presents onboard rockets as the more practical path, while simultaneously showing why they're terrible. My response to this: chemical rockets are dead on arrival for interstellar distances. There's no argument there at all, and it was stupid to bring it up in the first place. But this article's lazy dismissal of antimatter is where it completely falls apart. Antimatter rocket propulsion is not sci-fi hand-waving. When matter and antimatter annihilate, 100% of the mass converts directly into energy. That's roughly 2,000 times more efficient than nuclear fusion, which converts only 0.7% of mass into energy. Bet you didn't know that there was something out there that's more than 2,000 times more powerful than a hydrogen bomb. And it's millions of times better than the best chemical rockets. The article even admits that on paper, antimatter could keep the fuel mass fraction to under 25% for a speed of 10% of the speed of light, but then it immediately waves it away because it's extremely unstable and difficult to make. But here's the real story, and it starts with a serious scientific concept that Hollywood later borrowed. Project Valkyrie, the real antimatter starship that inspired Avatar. The Valkyrie was designed in the late 1980s and early 1990s by astrobiologist and science writer Charles R. Pellegrino and physicist Jim Powell of Brookhaven National Laboratory. This is not movie fluff. This was a genuine engineering study presented in technical papers and detailed in Pellegrino's 1993 hard science novel, Flying to Valhalla. Unlike pure sci-fi, Valkyrie is a hybrid antimatter catalyzed fusion rocket
the bugs
that
are
cleverly
actually
minimizes the
right.
amount of antimatter needed while still achieving relativistic speeds. Here's how it works, phase by phase. Phase 1, this is the low speed phase that gets the rocket up to 20% of the speed of light. Tiny amounts of antimatter are used to trigger microfusion explosions in onboard fuel pellets. The antimatter acts as the spark plug. This creates an extremely energetic fusion reaction. A large
Pre-position some sort of fucking antimatter fusion hybrid engine around fucking Neptune or whatever, and then zap it with a laser, get it up to like, you know, as fast as you can, and then fucking like pick up the fusion thing when you're already out, you know, towards the Kuiper belt. See if you can figure that out, and then have something on the other side to slow you down. I think would probably be the quickest way to do it near term, right? Yeah, again, which is the answer to the question, why don't they land on the White House lawn? If there was like a big public spectacle, they would definitely attack wherever it was.
Diameter superconducting magnetic coil channels and directs the exhaust products rearward. Exhaust.
If we're just sending a probe, we could get that. That would be a whole lot easier, yeah. But if you want to send people somewhere, I think, yeah, the near term, the best way to do it would be with some sort of like generation ship, or like possibly like hibernation. I feel like we could figure that out near term. This would take a while. I'm not going to say this would be easy. Yeah, the MTG laser, we just need to turn it the other direction and point it at our mag sail, right? We probably need some way to make the sail too, which again is part of the plot in Three Body Problem, right? Yeah, but again, we weren't trying to get them fast though. That's what I mean. The thing that we tried to make go fast is actually pretty fast. New Horizons, you know, it's pretty fast. That's because the goal of that was to get out there quickly, right? Like, Voyager was to fucking cruise and hit all the trajectory, you know, the grand trajectory or whatever they called it. We've never tried to make something go fast out of the solar system at all. We've tried to make things go quickly to Jupiter or Saturn or whatever, and then one time to Pluto. But again, those are also about like hitting orbital points and stuff. Like we're aiming for the planet, for the rendezvous, the flyby in New Horizons case, right? Like we're not trying to go fast. Like if we were actually trying to build something to go out to outer space quickly, we could get something a lot quicker than we have so far. Maybe not like, I don't know, like the breakthrough starship thing was 10 or 20% the speed of light for a probe, which I think, if I recall, that was doable, and the deal breaker was still stopping on the other side, which, you know, they're just working on that part of the problem now. Like I said, it's like very few fucking scientists are actually studying this shit, and we don't spend any money on it at all. Like, if NASA doesn't do any of this shit, like NASA will do like, you know, once in a while they'll do like a study, and they'll have like, you know, a panel of debunker types put together some bullshit like this. But like, I mean, the closest I think was the Orion thing with the nuclear pulse propulsion thing. They actually tested like models of that, you know, the you know, like the plate technology, the way that it would absorb the shock of the bomb and then push it onto the ship. Like they did testing of that, and they obviously have tons of nukes. But again, that's another part of three-body problem. They do that at one point. It fails, but you know. I mean, it's gonna have to have some sort of antenna on it. How else is it gonna get the data back to us? We probably need to have like a mothership type thing and have like, you know, like some sort of command node that has an antenna on it and can communicate like, you know, Bluetooth or whatever with the other ones or something. I don't know. That's gonna be a problem, sending shit back. So like, yeah, if we could pre-position something there, like if we could send a probe there earlier, it might be a lot easier. Who knows though, because if you're putting an antenna on it to be able to communicate with the probe in, you know, once it gets there around Alpha Centauri, then, you know, you're going to need probably not that much harder to get. I guess it probably would be a lot harder. Yeah, some sort of relay. That's one of the ideas I've seen too, is they pre-position relay satellites so the antenna can be manageable. Because you're going to need a big ass antenna, you know. Yeah, or entanglement, something like that. I feel like that's plausible too, though, right? Like I could see some setup where they were able to keep real-time communications like that. Yeah, the Ansible. Yeah. Yeah.
Velocity in this mode is anywhere from 12 to 20% of the speed of light, or 60,000 kilometers per second. This is already vastly better than any fusion rocket we're currently designing. Phase 2, this is the high-speed phase, and this gets you from 20% of the speed of light up to 92% of the speed of light.
Wow.
More antimatter is fed in until the drive switches to
take
pure
you like a couple
antimatter
months
annihilation. At this point, you're getting
time.
near 100% mass-to-energy conversion, and the exhaust is traveling at over 90% of the speed of light. So the ship accelerates the rest of the way to a theoretical top speed of 92% of the speed of light. To reach 20% of the speed of light would require about 100 tons worth of combined matter and antimatter. To reach 92% of the speed of light and then turn your rocket around and decelerate as you approach your target, the mass ratio is about 22 or so. That means for a 100-ton ship, it requires 2,200 tons of total propellant for the full round-trip acceleration-deceleration profile. These are serious numbers from people who actually worked on particle physics and antimatter containment at a national lab. But what about the supposed fact that there isn't enough antimatter that humanity can create to ever build a ship like this or make it work? Well, here's the thing. There's vast sources of antimatter throughout the universe that we have only just begun to discover. For example, there's something called the galactic antimatter fountain. The Milky Way's galactic center has a real ongoing antimatter fountain. Positrons, or anti-electrons, are rising thousands of light years above the galactic plane. It's been observed for decades.
I mean, the Starshot plan was to send like hundreds of tiny probes, right? In which case, yeah, you'd probably lose a few to dust collisions, but probably not that many. There's not that much dust out there.
Via something called the 511 kilovolt gamma ray annihilation line by the Gamma Ray Observatory and later gamma ray missions. And this type of gamma ray annihilation can only come about if antimatter is present, and huge natural production clearly exists from astrophysical processes like star formation, supernova, and possibly black hole activity. And in our own solar system, gas giant magnetospheres, especially Saturn, thanks to its rings, naturally trap antimatter created by cosmic ray interactions. The same mechanism works in Earth's Van Allen belt. There are positrons, that's right, antimatter orbiting right over our head right now. Calculations show that Saturn injects a considerable amount of antiprotons every year into its magnetosphere. Now, quantities are small by today's standards, but the mechanism is real and scalable. An advanced civilization could harvest, accumulate, or simply...
You send like hundreds of tiny probes. Some of them may hit the very, very rare particles of dust in interstellar space, but like, yeah, the initial plan was to send a bunch of tiny probes. So like, you know, some of them may in fact hit. It's very, very, dust is very rare. I think if you're building like a human ship, you would need to get some sort of fucking, you know, magnetic field, which not that hard to do at all. Like low mass, like you wouldn't need that strong of a field to completely, you know. So I don't think they would bother if we're just sending probes, but certainly if we had a human ship, yeah, you'd probably have something like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's overblown. It would probably be ionized is another thing. Like, these types of problems that you hear these people talk about, they have fucking brain worms. They have, like, Anton. He can't help himself. Like, they have to say something negative about every single interesting concept whenever it comes up in any context. I think that's like advanced form of stigma cuck. Like, they've absorbed the stigma so hard their entire careers. They have this sickness. And, you know, it's a lot of demand for that. Oh, I don't dislike him. I feel bad for him.
Locate richer sources over time. And here's another fantastic advantage of this design. The faster you go, the closer you get to the speed of light, the funnier the universe becomes from your perspective, and the slower time passes. What this means is, for every year that passes in the outside universe at 92% of the speed of light, only a little over 4 months pass for you, meaning that if the journey takes a total of about 6 years one way, from your perspective, only about a year and a half is going to pass, making the journey a lot more tolerable. Okay, so what about the problems of dust and particles between the stars? All of these things, even the tiniest particles can be traveling so fast if you're going 50, 60, 70% of the speed of light, so incredibly fast that you would need a fortress ship to survive it, and even that might not be possible. Doesn't that make interstellar travel impractical? I mean, the more armor you pile on your ship, the heavier it gets, and the more energy you need to accelerate. So isn't it just impractical to travel this fast if even the smallest particle is that deadly? So the article claims that at relativistic speeds, dust hits like bullets, and hydrogen nuclei creates deadly radiation. It says you need a flying fortress with heavy magnetic shielding, which adds mass and makes everything worse. My response to this, it's a complete straw man argument. First of all, interstellar space is incredibly empty, roughly 1 hydrogen atom per cubic centimeter in our neighborhood. But at high speeds, of course, this becomes dangerous. But the Valkyrie design, we can bring this back again because it already solves much of this with what's called a liquid droplet radiator shield system and multi-layered Whipple shield. And modern concepts go further. A forward laser ionization system, which is something you use to ionize the particles ahead of the ship and then use a magnetic field to deflect it. Or you can convert that magnetic field into a scoop. This is called a Bussard ramjet. And as you scoop in the hydrogen nuclei, you can actually use it to produce more fusion. Or you can just accelerate the particles out the back of the ship, and this generates additional thrust. So this
Some guy published a paper, that's what he's responding to, but you know, he's just making content, you know. Some guy put out a paper where he's like, oh, you can't do this, blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
as a deflector and collects propellant. You can also utilize plasma or fluid shields.
It's not even
or
getting to like crank shit either. Like all of that kind of like the kind of hints of new physics we have with like the Hutchison effect and stuff Bob talks about, the flying saucers and the orbs. You know, whatever the fuck's going on with all that. It seems like there could be some help, some benefit. You know, whatever. You know, Byfield Brown effect or whatever those flying saucers are using. Yeah, I'm saying
generative and self-healing nanomaterials that we're already working on now. Valkyrie's tethered design plus droplet system shows that you don't need a solid fortress, a barrier of liquid between you and the radiation and particles are enough. You don't need a big, heavy magnetic shield. You use fields, droplets, and clever geometry. The hundreds of conflicting requirements only exist if you deliberately choose the dumbest possible solution, thick solid armor for example, and ignore every smarter approach studied in literature. So in conclusion, this article uses a car shopping filter analogy and claims that conflicting requirements,
so
light, strong, and
good.
fast, safe, shielded, and low mass, all of these combinations filter every solution to zero. And this is how every major technological leap looked right before we solved it. Heavier than air flight in 1900 had impossible conflicting requirements. Going to the moon in 1961 had hundreds of conflicting requirements that were solved in 8 years. The Valkyrie itself was explicitly designed to resolve conflicting requirements such as radiation protection versus mass, heat management versus structure, and so on through this tethered cable car architecture and droplet radiators. A civilization that can build Dyson swarms or routinely harvest natural antimatter has already mastered planetary scale engineering trade-offs. They have better materials, better optimization algorithms, and more importantly, time. This article treats 2026 engineering limits as eternal laws, and they're not. So I'm pretty certain that the author actually knows about these concepts. Photogravitic deceleration, mag sails, Bussard ramjets, natural antimatter sources, fluid shields, self-replicating probes, and Project Valkyrie itself.
Like, he's not wrong in the sense that, like, up till now, like, space missions have been launched with the technology of like 10 years before the mission is even started, you know, like it's, hey, yeah, you're hooking up the gene shortcut. Let's go. Thanks, dude. I haven't heard the song all night, man. Oh. Forgot how it goes.
Make America great again now. We will see what happens, yeah.
Look at his fucking Lego beard.
Why you sacrifice soldiers to pay for your spoil? You ran the blow, sitting on your throne. Now we turning every base into a bed of stone. It's a slaughterhouse, a trap you couldn't see. Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. The secrets are leaking. The pressure is rising. We locked on the target. And now you are hiding. U.S Iran. Yeah, we spelling at your name. Send them to the slaughter, you the only one to blame. Bleeding for a fucker while you shaking in your sweet LOS.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Jaeger. I forget what I was saying now. Yeah, so no, in the sense that we do space missions with the technology of 10 years ago, you know. So we probably, if this were to follow suit, we would not have anything nice or new, you know. But again, in this context, like we're doing something, we've decided to do this for some reason. We've decided to put our effort into this interstellar mission, and we're, you know, genuinely trying to make it as good as possible. I understand that's a difficult scenario, to imagine, but I feel like that's the only situation where we do anything cool in space, Like, we had to defeat these scumbags before we're able to do anything. It'll just be like some fucking indentured servitude, at best. Like, whatever the fuck Musk is planning. Make you, work your ticket,
all exist in the peer-reviewed and serious technical literature. And instead of presenting the
Best case
challenges
scenario, you
and
can
the
be a
real
space
proposed
slave.
solutions, the article selectively shows the hardest versions of every problem and concludes that it may be physically infeasible. That is not responsible science communication. That is defeatism in academic clothing. A better article would say, quote, "Here are the real difficulties. Here are the multiple families of physics-respecting solutions that have already been studied in detail, including hybrid laser antimatter concepts and its influence on designs like the Avatar's ISV Venture Star. These are extremely hard. They will take enormous resources and long timelines, but none of them violate the laws of physics. We keep solving the impossible. If advanced civilizations are already here, perhaps via ancient von Neumann probes, something I didn't even discuss in this episode, if they're coming with Valkyrie-style antimatter drives or photogravitic braking, mag sails, or Bussard ramjets, then the real question isn't how on earth did they get here? It's why haven't we started yet? I'm the Angry Astronaut, and I'm done letting selective pessimism kill the dream of reaching the stars. Drop your thoughts in the comments, and please like, subscribe, and hit that notify all bell. And also, please consider supporting this channel on Patreon. It's the only way I can keep going.
Same.
Monboon _ says any other gifters out there want to help out streamer with subs or bits. It won't send him to space, but he will be able to buy gas for his car and snacks.
This is a fake hype train. Thanks, Bunny. If you give 2 or more, we can hear the second part of the song. That would be sick.
All I ever ask is that they listen. They listen to me, they listen to other people, they
Dave
get all
and
of the
Post coming
information they
through.
can and just keep their mind open
Actual
to the
hype train.
possibility.
Dude. Yo.
The alien abduction phenomenon is an area of ufology that is still considered too controversial to be worthy of serious investigation by many mainstream research.
Do you want to see my TikTok? Want to watch that other one while we're over there? Dave and
I think it connects to another comment of yours that's been circulating. This is one from January. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state.
I stand by that.
Well, so,
I will say this is the one that bothered me most when I first heard it, and I remember.
Wait, did he ask him about pig dogs? Wait a minute, what did he say?
Because I think even if you believe what happened in Gaza is genocide and what's happening in the West Bank is apartheid,
did he call him on
those
pig
are
dogs?
different claims from Hamas is 1,000 times better. You say Hamas is 1,000 times better. Do you actually mean that?
Yes,
or is that a
100%.
rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point.
And I think that resistance movements that engage in, mass slaughter or civilian targeting and all that. Like they just have less success than resistance movements that are nonviolent. I mean, it's obviously in history. I know we've had a revolution here. I get it.
I wouldn't agree with that
armed
one.
revolution. Yeah,
but yeah.
But I do think if you look back over the last 100 years, nonviolent movements have been more successful than armed resistance movements. That's just.
I think they work hand in hand. But I think it might have been Kwame Ture who said it. You can only shame someone who has a conscience, and if your enemy has none, it's impossible to get them to react to your civil movement. Because the Palestinians have tried.
I think it connects to another comment of yours.
Owned.
Sometimes
I've already used this song.
When I'm sad, I'm a sexy ass bitch in a world gone mad. Sometimes I'm happy.
Let's see, I think we saw this.
After all of the things I've done for you,
I don't think we saw this one.
I buy you champagne and roses, put diamonds on your finger.
Fucking thing on the screen is so annoying.
Hang out all night, what am I to do? My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time. She parties all the time. After all of the things I've done.
Back-to-back Cobain appearances. We saw this one. Back-to-back Cobain references. I waste my time making one of these beautiful videos every night so 18 people can see it. Yeah. You can see them.
I think
All
it
you gotta
connects
do
to
is
another
follow
comment
me
of
TikTok.
yours that's been circulating. This is one.
I love this guy. I mean,
I'll tell you everything I know!
dude, I download all this guy's videos. I put them in my things.
The cats found something deep in the ruins of the Dwarven stronghold. Something that shouldn't exist. I know where they are keeping it. If you let me live,
They've got babes buried in the basement.
One of the most famous
Yeah, Giorgiani.
is an account that Robert Monroe, who founded the
He's your favorite crank's favorite
Monroe
crank.
Institute and so forth, that the CIA used to use sometimes as a place to conduct advanced remote viewing. Robert Monroe, in his second book, Far Journeys,
Look how sweaty
from
he is.
1985, basically says that in the course of his astral projections, he discovered that we're living in a control system that is managed
That was pretty
by
good.
entities who work for a demiurge that's harvesting us for what he called loosh.
Loosh.
He said that we're in a loosh farm, that humans are being deliberately subjected
Every
to
once in a
conditions
while,
that
it's
produce
decent.
extreme emotional states. Extreme suffering, misery, fear, terror, ecstasy, extreme desire, pathological impulses,
God, he's so sweaty.
and these are all being used to basically generate a form of energy that they can harvest from the human soul, including after death, where they basically juice
Who's he
souls
talking
for
to?
loosh.
Meh. Meh. Meh.
Now, there was also a researcher called Carla Turner, who I believe was killed, even though she supposedly died of cancer at the age of 48, The
Or is he talking
CIA
to Jesse?
has something that mimics a very fast-acting
Jesse
cancer,
Teal.
and they've used this on a number of occasions to kill prominent people. I believe also including the Shah of Iran.
Really?
Yeah.
Who else?
Remember Peter Jennings did this special on UFOs? Do you remember that? In the night, whenever it was that he died, shortly before his death, he did this huge special on UFOs for which he had recorded like days and days worth of footage with all kinds of prominent whistleblowers. And it was supposed to air on primetime television.
Is that true?
With him as the narrator. Yeah, they aired it, but what they aired excluded 90% of the material.
I didn't know that. Peter Jennings did a UFO special, including a lot of whistleblowers.
Extensive.
I had no
Psycho
idea.
Magic Explorer?
Multi-part
Really?
program that would air over weeks or something. And he records this thing, gets cancer, drops dead.
Really?
Like within a year of like this program airing.
I had no idea. I didn't know about any of this.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Peter,
So
I
I
mean,
think
he
that's
was like
another.
Walter Cronkite 2.0.
That's right. So that's another case of it.
What?
And so I think Carla Turner was killed by this. In any case, Carla Turner
In any case.
did interviews with a lot of experiencers, abductees, who reported the same kinds of things as Robert Monroe did in Far Journeys, where they said that we are in
I'm not
a
too
control
familiar with
system
Jodorowsky.
that's being managed from out of a metallic
I mean, I know he
sphere
did The
just
Dune.
beyond the Earth, and they describe the inside of this thing.
He hung with Geiger and
I
Dolly
think going back to our
when
first
failing to make a
conversation,
Dune
what they're
movie.
describing is the
Oh
inside of the
man,
moon.
that sounds incredible.
There is a what we might call, using the Soviet language, a psychotronic control system, a kind of spectral technology inside of the moon, which is impinging on and manipulating humans in the afterlife state.
What?
Death traps.
And it's not omnipotent.
Yeah.
It's not a flawless
Mobius.
system. So it's possible to assert your free will and self-determination in the face of this system, but it's very difficult.
That sounds a lot
So a
cooler
lot of
than the
people have
model,
near-death experiences, for
the
example. They
model
describe
painting
being
thing
pulled
Spielberg
toward
was
this
saying.
light. It's like they couldn't resist going into the light.
Yeah.
They tried in some cases,
Yeah.
but it was almost as if it was an electromagnet.
Hey, don't go into
pulling
the
them
death
into it.
traps.
Sure.
And then when they go into the light, one of the most common things that's described is that people are shown their dead relatives and religious authority figures like Jesus. And or like if you're a Hindu, you see Hindu gods, interestingly. I'll give you a terrifying case from a Hindu in a minute. So you're pulled into this light, and then they show you your dead relatives, and they show you Jesus and whatever.
Man.
Well, here's the problem, Jesse, is that if you look at Dr. Ian Stevenson's extremely rigorous research on reincarnation that he did at the University of Virginia for decades on children's spontaneous memories of past lives,
That's really weird,
all
that
the
stuff.
cases show that the average interval between death and reincarnation is something like, it could be anywhere from 6 months to 3 years maximum. It's usually not more than several years.
Because he's got it all cut up like this so he
when
doesn't get
you
pinged or
are
whatever.
having a near-death experience, and your grandmother, and let's say you're in your 60s, or in your 60s, and you see your grandmother who died when you were in your 20s, that's bullshit.
He's like
You
pointing
are
his
being
phone at
shown
the
an
TV screen or
artificially
whatever.
Generated simulacrum of your dead relatives to manipulate you by a psychotronic technology.
This is getting
by a
it.
psychotronic
I kind of think that's
You
true.
really think that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Really?
And I say
Yeah.
that as someone who was, at the bedside, at the deathbed of a couple of my relatives who were experiencing these things. When people are very close to death, they also see dead relatives come around their hospital beds. One of the most famous is an account that Robert Monroe.
I gotta ask you a question, bro. Why is the MPC here on the floor? The MPC
Okay.
1000.
All right. I was smoking a Corona Dutch Master blunt in college. Listening to Arthur's Theme by Christopher Cross, and we're like, someone should chop this.
Oh, okay.
So Ari put these samples on his MPC.
Dude, he's gonna
I don't
take
know.
that
I
shit.
mean, we loaded it, and
What you wanted to do?
I mean, it's kind of offensive. I mean, it's like saying, like, I'm going to make George Martin make a new Beatles song for me.
Yeah, what's that?
You can't do it. He knew already. How did we? That's exact.
Grabbing tits. I gotta ask you a question, bro. Why?
I have existed from the morning of the world, and I shall exist until the last star falls from the night.
Can't watch it or else it'll get more of them. What is this?
Welcome back. Did you have fun?
What?
How was the program? Did you have a good experience?
I was.
This is the sequel to the Georgiani video.
Yes.
No. I wasn't.
I know,
was
that's the
with
thing,
my
right,
wife
Dave?
and daughter.
That's
Rebecca
the thing.
and Emily.
Yeah.
Got a pretty nice thing going on here on Earth for all, compared to what it could be. It's kind of horrifying when you think about like being some sort of disembodied spirit, right? Like energy existing in the universe. What do you do? I mean, do you go live inside a crystal or something? Like what the fuck? Like how, I feel like that's what religion was supposed to be about, and then over time it was just perverted. And now we don't know anything practical about how we're supposed to deal with these things. We spend all of our time denying their existence and, avoiding having to have any kind of insight or discussion about it. Just pretend it's not real. Like you just cited that researcher. It's like that thing that people have been talking about for all of remembered human history is, it also it continues to be a phenomenon that people report encountering. We should just pretend it's not real, you know? Yeah, I guess if you could do hauntings, I guess. I don't know, what if you would lose, like, you would become disembodied, like, what if you lost your constituency over time? Like, what if you couldn't be a spirit? What if you had to, like, what if you could, like, enter a dog or something? Hmm. Crystal alien life form? Yes, I'm saying you couldn't go anywhere and do anything. I guess you could beam yourself through space, maybe. You could just go from crystal planet to crystal planet. Mm. Mm. I don't know. Did you ever actually finish? Like, don't they say, like, oh, you need to go back in and work on some more shit? Right? Do you ever actually finish the assignment, or did
I
it
have
just keep
existed.
putting you back in here? Oh, that's a cute kitty.
不
You
准
got a
动哦
diaper on.
不然今天没毛条可吃。
主人，你耍诈！喂，老兄啊，别闹了，施主得罪了。啊！喵了个咪的，你是何人？贫僧一真大师。
你要是大师，那我就是电母。
On Pax Israeli, what is it? Pax
about them wanting everybody to hate
Pax
them?
Judaica, yeah, about their end time prophecy. How
Yeah,
they wanna,
100%.
They need the world to burn.
Yeah, and all this end time shit is all a giant Broadway production. It's all being created by these groups of elites that have this
what's his
whole.
name?
We just had Gary Wayne on my show.
Rogan's
He's like, if
buddy?
you ever want to interview somebody super
He doesn't
interesting,
even
like
put the guy's
Batman
name
is a
on here.
Nephilim, he has all these really great.
He just like rips off the video. Doesn't even put either of the guys' names on here. Sam Tripoli. Oh, never mind.
A stable population holding steady across the cycles. The experiment on Earth was supposed to stabilize. It did not.
Stargate's a documentary.
We kept growing. The sixth world is called En-Mashara. This is one of the strangest entries on the tablet, because En-Mashara does not correspond to any known
That's
star
where
or
Teox people
constellation
live.
in the standard Sumerian system. The name itself translates to Lord of all decrees, and in other texts, it refers to a deity who was imprisoned in the underworld by Enlil. But here on Ni 3535, En-Mashara is listed as a location. The scribe gives no population. He gives no description of inhabitants. What he writes is a warning.
It's a story of
He writes
everything
that
we do,
En-Mashara
thinking that
is
we're
the world the
stopping it.
Anunnaki sealed. That whatever lived there was placed there to keep it away from the other 11, and that the seal is, quote, weakening with the
You
turning
get to
of the
enjoy
great
your
year.
retirement years.
The great year
I don't
in
know.
Sumerian thought is the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle of roughly 26,000 years. We are currently, by every astronomical measurement, at the end of one. The scribe was warning future generations about a world he says is opening back up.
Look, there's
And
a
he is
lot of
specific
tablets
about
that
the
say a
timing.
lot of things.
He writes that the seal was placed at the beginning of the current great year.
Anunnaki.
He writes that it was meant to hold until the next beginning. But he writes that the seal is failing early.
We
He
looked
uses
at a
a word
thing the
that
other
means
night. It was like a paper that came out like last year. It was like recently translated fucking tablet. Something big's supposed to go down like 2029 or something. There's a lot of end times prophecies that are coming due. I don't know. Keep my shopping list on a tablet. Your headband lady had the tablet. Speaking of, let's see what she's up to.
You probably found me because of the aliens, or maybe someone sent you one of my videos and said, you need to watch this channeling lady.
This lady
Either way,
rules.
welcome. And
That's what I
if
said.
you're surprised to find yourself here, that makes two of us. This is a quick introduction to what you'll find on this channel and how to explore this work more deeply if it resonates with you. One of the very first things that was repeatedly downloaded to me after my spontaneous spiritual
Preparation
awakening was
H
that
and
I needed to
Doritos.
meditate every day. But I had convinced myself that I wasn't a meditator any day, let alone every day. I literally told them, if you want me to meditate, you're going to have to give me an angel or an alien version, because none of the earth versions of meditation that I had tried, and there were many, none of them worked for me. Turns out that was something that they could do.
Really?
They gave me a whole multi-part morning routine. And now that practice has become
want
the
that.
foundation of what they have told me to call inner divinity. If
Really?
you already have a meditation practice or a religion that inspires you to connect with higher consciousness every day, wonderful. You're way ahead of where I was when this all started. But if you've struggled with meditation, if you've
need some
decided that
divinity.
spiritual but
I
not
need to do
religious
something like
isn't
this.
enough anymore, if you've
I need
deconstructed
my inner
religion but you haven't
divinity.
reconstructed something new, or if your inner knowing keeps whispering that something more is available, you're in the right
I think
place. Because what the aliens and angels and gods and all the higher deities have taught me is that none of this is about worshiping them or believing in them or even agreeing with them.
I need to go
It's
do
about learning to
Ibogaine
quiet your mind,
or
strengthen
something.
discernment, and build direct relationships with many
Kundalini.
expressions
I
of
need to
higher
have a
consciousness,
Kundalini
including
awakening.
your higher
Exactly,
self,
that's what I need.
angels, aliens,
I need to get
and gods.
acupuncture or
Ultimately, the practice is about remembering and reconnecting with your highest power by going
something. Need to be
inward
poked and prodded.
and then upward. They call that practice inner divinity. It's not a religion. It's not a belief system. It's a practice. One built primarily on intention setting and meditation. And it can complement any religion or no religion at all. It does not require you to reject God in order to
It's like
explore
I'm
a
watching
larger
one of my
cosmos. In
TikToks.
fact, it is rooted in the understanding that aliens, gods, and higher consciousness are not in conflict with one another. Inner divinity begins with a simple assumption. There is one highest power. Humans, angels, aliens, gods, and all higher deities are in relationship with the same source
it's like a
of
religion.
creation.
So she has
This
like a
practice does
religion
not
now.
ask you to choose between them. It invites you to build your
Stop
own
it.
direct relationship with higher consciousness by going
Need your
inward
own
rather than
pantheon.
handing over your authority to a person, a written text, or a belief system. Every month, I host live online meditations for the Inner Divinity community. They're specifically designed for people like me, which is to say, people who used to think that meditation doesn't work for them. I'll guide you through the practice, explain why it works the way it does, and help you transition from meditating with me to building your own
Pranayama
self-guided
Institute?
practice using the custom meditation music that I
familiar
create
with
with a
that.
composer and publish on Spotify and elsewhere. Because the goal has never been for you to need me or them.
Side-pot
The goal has
massager
been
on
for you to
throat?
trust
I don't think
yourself.
so.
And if you're looking for an even deeper
Do it.
experience, I host in-person immersions throughout the year. These gatherings are my favorite part of what I do. Meditation.
Oh man. No, I mean, not more thinking out loud here. No. I mean, it's much like our consciousness, you know? It's like very fitting. Mm. It's like Nick Mullen. What's this shit? Did y'all see this thing?
The White House has stood up a new science body to study
Kundalini
UFOs,
witchcraft.
and it put an astrophysicist at the head of it. The scientists say he was asked over the past week to build and lead a new UAP
religion.
Science Advisory Council requested by the White House, ARROW, the ODNI,
Anunnaki
which is the
Kundalini
Office of the
witchcraft.
Director of National Intelligence, the FBI, and the rest of the intelligence community. The announcement came on the same day the Pentagon released the
Look at that
third
alien
batch of
holding the cat.
declassified
It's
UFO
cute.
files. Hey, ufologers, I'm Christina Gomez, and this is your UFO News Update. The UFO file release spans decades, from old vault recordings to sightings from last year.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
piece
She's
that's
so much
getting a
better
lot
than
of
Cosmic
attention
Chode.
is the audio from a 1972 NASA briefing. Here it is.
I've looked at the gravity profile and it doesn't seem to correlate at all. I can't see any scientific justification for connecting the two results. Could be an alien starbase or something.
So, from what we've been told, the new scientific council is the part that is moving this forward. Avi Loeb chairs a team of about a dozen scientists, and they are people to test physical samples in the lab, people to run the raw data through artificial intelligence tools, and people who study why witnesses report what they report. In other words, you have hardware, numbers, and human perception, really all on the same panel. And the mandate is to collect and test
I feel
higher
like she's too
quality
young to be a
data,
spook.
not to re-argue old cases that couldn't be verified then. And even to retired Navy Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet is part of the council, and he confirmed his own appointment in a separate post online. Gallaudet is an oceanographer and a former acting head of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and he has pushed for years to study objects that move between air and water, and what the field calls transmedium activity. His presence signals the council is not only looking up, it's also looking at the oceans too, which is the part of this story that gets the least attention and really just might be something that people just genuinely avoid. But Loeb made the broader point just yesterday,
Trust Loeb
stating
one bit.
that the real files are stranger than any movie, really just a nod to Steven Spielberg's releasing his film Disclosure Day on the exact same day the files were released and the council was mentioned. Coincidence? Certain scientists
No.
alone have
'Cause he
spent
saw it in
more
the
than a
news and
year
decided to
analyzing
fucking try to
claimed
ride the
UAP
algorithm.
material, including the samples known as ARTS parts tied to a 1996 case. The mandate is to collect and test higher quality data. The document at the center of the release is dated June 5th, 2026, signed by the current ARROW director, John Koslowski. It covers 2 days in October of 2023, the western U.S. near a sensitive national security site. 6 federal agents reported an orange orb that appeared for a second or two and then released several smaller red
Wow.
orbs and then just vanished.
Wow.
In one account, a red orb held still over a ridgeline for hours, but here is what Avi stated on the account of Fox News.
Law enforcement officials noticed orbs in the sky that behave in very strange ways. For example, a mother orb gives birth to baby orbs that come out of it, smaller ones. And they say that they looked carefully at all the data and they cannot explain 40% of the phenomena that were witnessed.
Flight logs show military flares in the area, and radar accounts for about 60% of what was reported. The other 40% is filed as unrecognized technology, which is currently pending. So the same batch holds more than just orbs, obviously. There is a 2008 sighting over Harare Airport in Zimbabwe, caught on both radar and optical, with beams described as coming off the object. Loeb places the stakes at two options: either foreign drones flying over restricted American sites that no one can identify, or objects that were not built by anyone on Earth. Which one do you think it is? Drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Is after looking into that, if we end up concluding it's not human-made, from some extraterrestrial origin, that would be the biggest discovery ever made by humanity.
The UAP Disclosure Act is still in motion, and it matters because it would force records into the open by law instead of leaving it to whoever happens to be in office, setting up an independent board to review and release government files on its own timeline. And that is the difference between a favor and a rule. The files coming out right now are coming out because the current administration choose to release them, which means a future administration could just as easily choose to stop. The Disclosure Act would take that decision out of any of one president's hands. Some assumed the bill was no longer needed now that the files are dropping by order, but Eric Burleson said the exact opposite, that his caucus is moving to attach it to the annual defense bill right now, which they have for quite a few years, and they're not stopping to push it anytime soon. Here's what was mentioned on Ask a Poll.
UAPDA, is that still needed or not at this point?
Yes, absolutely. We're going to keep trying to get that. In fact, we're working on it right now, trying to get that on the bill.
Yeah, are you talking with rounds?
It'll probably happen in the committee, in the rules process.
Yeah.
So that path means the bill may never get a clean floor vote on its own. It would be folded into the larger defense package through the Rules Committee and the panel that decides which amendments get considered. The Speaker controls that committee. So the version written into law is being settled mostly out of public view, and it also failed to make it into the House Armed Services version of the bill, which is why the caucus is now working the amendment to this route instead. The witness news is what insiders are focused on. David Grush said he has personally seen photographic evidence of a covered craft, and he named specific shapes: lens-shaped discs, crescent forms, flattened sunfish, egg-shaped, and boomerangs. He said he expects this administration to release them. On Anomalous Coalition stream, Chris Mellon, a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, stated this.
I've also, like Dave, heard from some senior administration officials that they are very serious and under serious pressure from the White House to get out literally as much as possible. So I'm very hopeful that along with Dave, that these future releases will continue and hopefully improve.
So this is a gap in what's come out thus far. The CIA and the Department of Energy have been almost absent from the first release. On the same session, Mellon really explained the split here. The DOE classifies under its own law passed by Congress, so it cannot simply be ordered to ignore those markings, which really slows all this down. The CIA doesn't have that excuse, so its silence is really what is standing out, and a lot of people are discussing it. The legal view from the Anomalous Coalition is that a president can declassify nearly anything, and that the agency heads serve at the president's pleasure, so a refusal would be hard to defend. A claim from the same session points the other way. A CIA whistleblower tied it to the Director's Intelligence Group, known as DIG, a small group inside the ODNI assigned to dig into several hidden topics. So set against the file releases, it shows the push and the resistance happening at the exact same time. Underneath all of this is the funding question that keeps surfacing, whether parts of this work have run on hidden money outside normal oversight. There is a reason the legislative fight matters as much as the file drops. A release shows you a document. A law forces the records, the budgets, and the witnesses into the open, where Congress can act on them instead of taking just an agency's word. The council is what holds all of this together, supposedly. Until now, the public has mostly been handed witness accounts and recreations, which gives a scientist almost nothing to measure. A team with instruments and data specialists really changes that. It doesn't promise an answer, but at least it can provide a method. Loeb summed it up really well here. He said, keep the focus on the objects, not the noise around it. So does putting scientists in charge make you trust this more, or does it make you ask, why now? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. I'm Christina Gomez. That is it for today. I will see you again tomorrow at 12 p.m. PST for another UFO news update. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
If anybody can help this guy's family, there's a link in chat. That would be nice. Like I said. Grounding myself, but I'm sure you're having a rough time. I can only imagine.
Anything coming out sound like the same. City full of tombstones, that's a mass grave. In the middle of the riverbed, I can't ran up to the riverhead. The ghost in the alleyway told me to jump. Gotta love someone before you die by one. It's smelling like piss when the sunshine comes. Gotta love someone before you die by one.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the skies.
This is Gorham's Cave, Gibraltar, right on the southern tip of Europe. It was probably one of the last places Neanderthals called home. Neanderthals like these two. A woman and this roughly 4-year-old child also found in caves at Gibraltar. These Neanderthals, these humans, would have spent their days clambering up the rock, gathering resources from the sea, sitting around the fire in the evening. Their lives were no doubt really hard, super hard compared to now. But it's still kind of beautiful to imagine them living like that. However, their way of life was about to come to an end. The Neanderthals seemingly were not alone. Around 45,000 years ago, when they were living on Gibraltar, modern humans were just 100 kilometers away at Barrondillo Cave. Today, I want to discuss the kind of surprising results of this latest paper to look into the end of Neanderthals, ask how long did we live alongside each other, and after so much time, do we have any idea what happened to the last Neanderthals? Let's get into it. Skilly-doo. I really feel like we have to talk about Neanderthal life before the arrival of modern humans, specifically in Iberia, Spain, and Portugal, because honestly, it might be the most exciting place to study them, full stop, and it just makes the question of their demise even more puzzling.
Do Not Worry podcast?
In the foothills of the Pyrenees, down this dirt path, lies Abric Pizarro. Most British pronunciation ever. Roughly 70 to 80,000 years ago, it was home to a community of Neanderthals.
Yeah, they wanted
it's a warm
bears.
Mediterranean climate now, of course, but back then it would be much colder, much drier. It was a climatic downturn. Not a great time to be alive. The excavators found hundreds of deer and horse bones, as well as smaller prey like rabbits and turtles, even the remains of a rhino. It's just a great example of, even in harsh climatic times, Neanderthals were very resourceful, very adaptable humans, using the full range of resources in their environment. Like, it was their home, truly. And this is the crazy thing, especially in Iberia. These animals, this landscape, even themselves, they certainly imbued them with this layer of symbolism, which we all do.
It's pretty fun.
This is Cueva de Escubierta in central Spain. Here, archaeologists found the remains of animals, but mainly the skulls of horned animals, some of which placed over fires, it seems. I've made a whole video just about this site because it's so special. Of course, it's hard to know exactly what's going on, but the simplest explanation is that this is a collection of hunting trophies. This is a site that meant something about these horned animals. They were putting them there for a reason, right? The most likely explanation, I think, by far, is that this is like a collection of hunting trophies. If I hunted a bison with nothing but a spear, I'm making a trophy. That's hard for old Steffi Milo, that's for sure. Neanderthal creativity, though, it fully extends into areas that we once thought were the domain exclusively of Homo sapiens. At Cueva de los Aviones, the cave of the Crag Martin, just outside Cartagena in Spain, here, trapped in sediment that's 115,000 years old, archaeologists found these. Perforated shells, possibly used as some form of jewelry, and even more incredibly, shells that still contained red ochre, red pigment. The idea is,
do you think it was like sexual selection?
A painter's palette that's been trapped in the rock for 100,000.
You know, if like modern Europeans have like what, like 5%? You think it was just like Neanderthals were like less attractive mates or something? That's what I'm saying. So they say they have 4 or 5%. So it's just like they were like, you know, 10% as hunky as the human Homo, whatever, fucking Homo sapiens. I know that's not how it works, but you know, I'm just saying theoretically. Because I think that the guys like this think that they definitively died out at some point, like they were completely separated. I think you're right. I think that's more in line with like we just integrated with each other. But I don't think Stefan Milo agrees with that.
Yes.
3,000
we'll human generations. 3,300 human generations. Kind of incredible. Like at one site in Spain, there are even hand stencils. That such iconic form of prehistoric art that was seemingly made by a Neanderthal. With all the evidence we have, it was made by a Neanderthal, at least 65,000 years old, something like that. So remarkable, man, to see like the hand of a Neanderthal.
Those Denisovans had that really
archaic
nice
form of
jewelry
human
that's
reaching
like
out to us.
50,000 years
It's crazy.
old, too,
It's
by the
literally crazy. What would I give to go see that? It's insane. Gives you a tingle. Gives you a tingle in the best way possible. Makes you feel small in
like
the
those
best way
perfectly
possible.
drilled holes.
So, obviously, the more we learn about Neanderthals here, the more we learn about how capable they were, how smart they were, how much like us they were, the more their disappearance seems strange, doesn't it? Because we're here, so why aren't they here? Obviously, we can't really get a good idea about what happened to them if we don't know when they kind of disappear. There's been a really big debate in archaeology as to whether Iberia was some sort of refuge for the Neanderthals, a place where they made their last stand. I mean, last stand sounds so deliberate, but the place that they last lived. It would make sense that that is the case because all the evidence we have is that modern humans arrived in Europe from the east, and Iberia is as far west as you can get. So likely it is the last place they lived, but statistically so, like in any meaningful way, this has been a huge debate. In the past, in the 90s, early 2000s, there was a lot of young dates reported from Neanderthal sites in Iberia. 36,000 years old, sometimes even younger. There's a debate about these human remains in Portugal, the Lago Velho child, I think they're called, whose remains were argued to show signs of admixture, recent admixture, and this person lived 24,000 years ago. Very young dates compared to the other regions where we find Neanderthals. However, better dating techniques, more thorough dating techniques, have basically cast a doubt on almost all of these sites. Almost all of them that were tested for a second time with better techniques proved to be older. Still though, the youngest sites are in Spain and Portugal. Cueva Anton is, as far as I'm aware, the youngest reported Neanderthal site with some degree of certainty. Here, the layers containing Mousterian tools, this type of tools made by Neanderthals, cannot be older than 37,100 years ago. There's another site in Portugal, the Gruta del Caldeirão. Oh, I'm just butchering your language, Portugal, so sorry. The age of the Mousterian layer here dates to 39,000 years old, roughly. These are basically the youngest reliably dated Neanderthal sites we have, with some degree of confidence. Everywhere else in Europe, they seem to have disappeared by 40,000 years ago. They're gone. So potentially in Iberia, they did live on for maybe 3,000 years more than anywhere else in Europe. And when we're dealing with these big numbers, right, 40,000 years, 37,000 years, there's not a big difference between 37 and 40. But when you think about it from the perspective of a human's life, 3,000 years, that's huge. Do you consider yourself far removed from the Bronze Age? Like, you kind of do, right? Even 3,000 years, it was a long time that they persisted in Iberia. But the question is now then, how long were we living alongside them? Modern humans seemingly arrived permanently in Europe like 47,000 years ago. This is based on evidence from Bachokiro Cave in Bulgaria. So 47, 46-ish thousand years ago. And yet they were all the way in Bachondio Cave by 45 to 43,000 years ago. And Neanderthals disappeared 40,000 years ago-ish. That's like 7,000 years. Maybe we're living alongside each other. In Spain, if there's still Neanderthals 37,000 years ago. Again, maybe modern humans are living alongside them 8,000 years, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 years, something like that. Something like that seems to be the length of time that at least we're existing roughly in the same place together. But there's one site that could potentially change our perspective on that completely. Grotte Mandrin is not in Iberia, it's in southern France. Here, stone tools called Neronian tools, which are remarkably similar to ones made by Homo sapiens further east at places like Bachokiro, were found sandwiched in between layers containing Neanderthal tools. So the question is, there's always this question, is this Neanderthals having a different material culture, or is this, modern humans in the area? Well, fantastically, amazingly, rarely, at Grotte Mandrin there are also human remains. Teeth from 7 individuals were found across the layers of the cave, and one of them, a lone modern human child's tooth, was fortunately recovered from the layer containing Neronian tools, really helping to identify that particular time period as being occupied by modern humans. What's fascinating is that this layer dates between 56,800 and 51,700 years ago. Thousands of years before we thought modern humans had arrived in Europe, which suggests, possibly 2 things. Either modern humans arrived in Europe thousands of years before we thought, or that, there are temporary arrivals of modern humans that actually reach quite far into the continent. Maybe both are true. Both are true to some extent. The unfortunate thing with Grotte Mandrin is that Neanderthals and modern humans never seem to be at the site at the same time, which is unfortunate. I don't know that we have any evidence of that from any site in the world. But it seems that Neanderthals were there, then modern humans were there. For some reason they left, Neanderthals came back. Why that is? Why? We don't know. We don't know. We know at some point, though, that humans and Neanderthals must have been in the same room at the same time, though, because we know it from our DNA, right? We admix with them. Hard to do that if you're not in the same spot at the same time. So this right here is the latest paper to try and tackle this question of Neanderthal extinction, Neanderthal disappearance. It was the inspiration for the whole video, actually, reading it. Basically what this study did is that it used a similar technique to biologists and how biologists track species. But instead of a species sighting being the touch point for the study, the archaeological sites where we find Neanderthals and modern humans were the touch points for this study. And then you can combine it with all sorts of information, like climate reconstructions, different models, to see the niche that these species lived in. And then you can ask lots of interesting questions once you have that. Do they overlap? Are they going for similar resources? How does their distribution perhaps change over time? Lots of interesting questions like that, once you sort of have the niche that this species, us, is living in. One of the big questions this paper wanted to answer is was climate responsible for the demise of Neanderthals? 40,000 years ago was a rough time climatically. There was a huge eruption of volcanoes around Naples, the Phlegrean fields. Climate was cold, harsh. However, at least according to the climate models created in this study, climate alone is just not enough to explain the extinction of Neanderthals. There were still suitable areas for habitation for them in Iberia, even whilst all this stuff is going on. And as long as they had that, they could probably bounce back. We see that in the archaeological record and especially in the genetic record. So this kind of thing, like we said at the start, Neanderthals are adaptable, capable. If there's an area that's still suitable for them to survive in, they're going to survive. Climate alone probably not a great reason for Neanderthal extinction. What about us? Did we contribute in any way? We have no evidence of violence between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. There's only one site, Shanidar Cave, where that idea is even suggested, because one Neanderthal has a pretty vicious stab to a rib bone. But we don't know that that was caused by modern humans. It's just an idea. It's just an idea put out there. It's questionable how much we were bumping into each other, really. At least according to the ecological models made by this study.
I mean, I don't know, what if we're just like breeding stock, you know, and like the fucking Anunnakis come by every couple hundred years or whatever, and they fucking mix us up. Again, I get the fucking Nazca mummy thing. I mean, that would be the most bizarre hoax. Like if they just meticulously made the most perfect model skulls, like skeletons and all. Like, I just don't see that. It's the same thing. I don't think the moon landing was fake, because it's way too intricate of a mission. You know, it's like way too complicated of a thing to fake. Like dozens of different fucking mummies, like multiple different like body formats and plans, and like if you were gonna hoax that, you would hoax like one thing and make it perfect or whatever, you know. Like apparently if those are fake, those are like the most perfect fakes ever, right? You're gonna make dozens of those, right? You wouldn't just make like one or two really nice fakes, especially because they must have cost a fortune if they're fake, with the fucking veins and all on the inside. And you can see like the fucking arteries like go running through these bones. Like, if that's fake, then that's like, you know, the CIA did it for some bizarre reason, you know. I think anybody could potentially figure out flying saucer propulsion. Like, I don't necessarily think you need to be Lockheed to figure that out, but I think you need to be like, you need to have the resources of like a Hollywood studio at the very least in order to produce those fakes that this guy supposedly found in the cave. You know? So I'm forced to reckon with the fact that that appears to have been some sort of fucking genetic biology lab of some sort, you know, like where they were mixing and matching different components from different species. And like, just if I had to guess, looks to me like some other alien trying to come up with the body plan for what we now know as the gray alien, right? Like trying to like combine different aspects of different types of creatures into some format like the gray alien. Something like maybe they were trying to like maximize like their like, you know, telepathic potential. Like, seems like they're certainly meant to be more docile than humans, like, which would lead me to believe, again, like Stargate, humans somehow rebelled or otherwise made the prospect of continuing to manage the planet too infeasible, you know, too expensive or too difficult or whatever. So they went to this cave in Peru, mixed and matched whatever species they had in their registry they were in contact with, came up with something like the Gray, who appears to be like a worker for them now, who is less dangerous than us, you know, smaller and like, you know, more docile and potentially more suited for like life on a spaceship or, you know, telepathic communication. What do you mean? I don't believe that they're us from the future, no. What do you mean that they made us? Yeah, that's the other option too, right? Like, you can kind of see the old hominids were like for different purposes. You know, they had different projects they wanted them to work on. So you see these big MFs back in the day because they were doing heavy blocks for something, you know, the pyramids or whatever. And then in modern times. It's a more like esoteric pursuit, which again would align with the stories, right? The stories is like they wanted to destroy humanity, and a few, you know, who was it? Like Enki wanted to save us, making it seem like it was less about the manual labor at that point, and it was more like a companionship sort of thing. Which again is what you would write if you were an evil colonizer god, but you know, also kind of fits with the evidence a little bit, you know. And then the gray is just another version of that. Yeah, we were getting hair on the spaceships, you know, like it was hard for the climate control systems in space.
Our ranges overlapped, our preferred areas of habitation overlapped by just about 5%.
I mean, I also think that like
we're just
we're
meeting each other
useful,
at the fringes.
Like if
of
you
the area.
were trying to produce something to work for you on a planet like Earth, we or the Neanderthals would seem to be two pretty good options for that, you know? Like smart enough to be able to like handle directions and move shit around and figure out, you know, complex tasks, you know, but also like easy to appease and keep from overthrowing you. You know, easy to keep us from asking too many questions. Against the stigma surf mentality, you know? Like it seems like that may be something that we're predisposed to on purpose, perhaps?
Areas where we're living, it seems. This is based roughly
You
on
give us like a decent
how much a
enough
hunter-gatherer
lifestyle,
would
like
move
you know,
typically away from
Netflix
sort
and
of a
chill.
home region. From these
And the
archaeological
Greys seem
touch
to be
points that
even
we have
more
of
of
them.
that.
Of course, raises a huge caveat in that we don't have every archaeological site that the humans and Neanderthals lived at, right? We haven't found every one. With the big caveat that we don't have every site, but if that it genuinely reflects the reality of life 40,000 years ago, how often are Homo sapiens and Neanderthals even bumping into each other? And if our ranges don't overlap that much, how much are we competing for
that's
even
also
the same
plausible
resources?
too, Jaeger. Yeah.
You know, you would think like, oh, we're smarter, we're better, we're hunting the
that's where
same
the
animals,
giants,
we're pushing them
the
out.
wild
But
man
if our ranges aren't
mythology comes from.
overlapping that much, are we? Are we actually? The paper did have another really interesting detail though.
The giant
One thing that kind of
mythology is
stood
hard
out
to
in the paper was that the
jive with
regions
that.
favored by Homo sapiens, seemingly they're better
Maybe
connected,
those are
they're closer
Denisovans,
together,
though.
at least along these coastal routes, which is probably...
Like we haven't found that many Denisovan bones, but the ones that we found were very big. You know, it's possible that like, you know, the Neanderthals are the source of like, you know, Bigfoot mythologies, perhaps maybe continuing to exist, Sasquatch, right? And the Denisovans are the giants, you know. To explain why they're like loners, you know.
One of the main areas Homo sapiens expanded into Europe was along these coastal routes. Again, our knowledge is biased by the fact that the sea level has risen so much since this time, so we're missing many, many sites that are now fully under the Mediterranean. Neanderthal society was maybe smaller and more
so you admit
fragmented,
it now,
it seems.
Stefan.
Genetically, one of the Neanderthals at Grot Mandrin kind of
It's
gives
crazy
us that
talk when Graham
impression
Canner-
again.
Graham Hancock
this
says
is
it.
Thorin. Cool name, very cool name. Thorin, living at Grot Mandrin and the community that he lived in, seemingly was isolated from other Neanderthal populations for maybe 50,000 years.
Wow.
50,000 years, that's a really long time. Like, I know we're debating how long 3,000 years is, but 50,000 years, that's a really long time. And yet, southern France does seem to be this core region of Neanderthal life, very important region of Neanderthal life. And they're still cut off from their neighbors. There are so many questions that this study raised, you know.
Yeah, I think I've seen,
Thorin
like they used
dated
fire when
correctly?
they encountered it,
Is,
but they
you
didn't
know,
master fire.
What do we
until
mean
much
by
later.
a community being
Possibly
isolated? All these
Neanderthals.
things.
It could have been
All these
them.
things are being heavily debated now,
I don't think
thanks
that's
to that
settled
study.
yet.
But assuming, you know, everything is correct, our
I think I've
understanding
seen
is correct.
50,000 years
That is
ago.
very interesting. At least judging
found
from
the
the areas where
charcoals,
they're
but not
occupied, they're kind
necessarily
of
who
more
was
far
there.
apart, more cut off, more isolated. Modern humans, like the modern humans of Bacondillo, though,
Like we know they
are
were
part of a much
probably
wider
just as smart
community,
as
much
us.
more interconnected. In hard times, those connections and the knowledge that comes with that, and the resources that come with that, and the help that can come with that,
Toys little kids play with in caves.
it could be a huge difference, man.
and
It could be
snowing out.
an absolutely
Play
key
with bear
difference.
rock.
Yeah, it could just be that the last, Neanderthals were not sort of outcompeted,
such a cave boy
out-hunted, anything like that. Maybe they were just out-connected. It's almost like the Neanderthal extinction.
Dude,
it raises
Stefan.
the most interesting questions about
what if they
us.
just
All
lost
of
the
human
human
history
connection?
up to that point in the Paleolithic had been small groups of hunter-gatherers, right? The more interesting question maybe isn't like what happened to the Neanderthals, but why didn't it happen to us? What was different about us? Yeah. Question for another day, though. Question for another day. Interesting, the demise of the last Neanderthals.
Again, because the explorer, you know, a certain number of us have like the exploration gene or whatever, where we kind of want to like always see what's over the next hill. You know, like I certainly feel that way. Like I want to explore shit. You know, what's that thing? It's like you know, too late to explore Earth, too young to explore space. Right? Get the fuck out of here, man. Shit. I mean, you already know what's here. I'm gonna go look at like exotic canyons on another planet. Should be fun. Alright, sun's coming up. I'm going. Let me check. Yeah, burning sticks and logs will not melt iron. Exactly, right? Like, maybe copper, right? I could see that being natural. And that just gave them the idea to try other ores. I would imagine something like that. Because I feel like you could have a fire hot enough to burn copper, especially if you take lightning in the mix. Right? I'll bet you there was like times of years when they knew that there was more prone to lightning starting fires, and then they would hang out around that, you know. They could probably like smell the ozone and shit in the air, right? Like, 'cause people can do that still now. I bet you they had such heightened senses and all. You know, like forest people, right? I bet you they were all like in tune with the landscape and they could see a storm coming for hours away. Like, oh, it's gonna storm right over here. We need to make it down to that forest. It's gonna be fire tonight. You know, and then they could get out of the cold. God, it must have been so fucking cold every day. You know? The fire would have been so sick. Just like hunting fucking foxes and shit in the woods all day in the snow. And you go back and shiver in the cave with your bear rock. Sucks. Ugh. Couldn't even catch anything. We're gonna go play with our bear toys in the cold. Oh, we were watching this abduction video. We never finished it. I got too distracted by the inner divinity.
However, thousands of sane and rational people around the world continue to report bizarre encounters with small, non-human entities, seemingly different.
I mean, there's like Darren Collier in Turkey, right? And Pakamakle or Kalamakle, whatever it's called. There's a bunch of underground sites in Turkey, which, you know, we have no idea who built them, why, how, like, why. There's a 5 kilometer, 5
fascinating. I suppose it took us, wasn't till he was 12 that we actually started thinking, well, maybe there is something to this. It was really when we were watching a program on hypnosis, and as it went off for the interval, there was this guy, and he said, I need to remember what happened because I was driving my lorry and there was this big flash of light and I lost 2 hours of time. And that's the point that Jason got up, threw something at the TV, and Paul said, what the hell do you think you're doing? And he was just crying his eyes out, wasn't he? And he just said that man on there is so stupid because
I don't know about that.
He said you shouldn't want to remember. He said because I remember everything.
That doesn't necessarily fit in my fucking, my headcanon. But I mean, I could make it fit. I mean, there's a bunch of ruins and shit that we don't know who built, like pretty incredible sites too. And a lot of other stuff that like other people lived on but never claimed to have built, in Peru and Egypt and all. Like people were upfront about this, and then the Europeans got there and told them that's not true. No, you built this. I think there's parts of the story that we don't get. Maybe that could be Tartaria. Maybe that's what Tartaria is. But I feel like Tartaria is thought of as like a modern, like comparable to like the Russian Empire or something, right? That's why I can't really fit that. This is some ancient shit, I think. Yeah, more like that, like Atlantis, Yeah. I think all of those are regional names applied to like the same global civilization that was pre our history. Like they're not in our history timeline. Like either we don't speak the same language to them, we don't recognize it, or it was just fully fucking erased. Or they didn't write shit down. Another option. Maybe they were telepathic and they didn't write.
He said, and I don't want to remember. And that was the point. He rushed out to the kitchen, and we were just sort of sitting there thinking, what the hell's...
Very similar to the other script that we don't decipher from the ancient world in whatchamacallit, Indus Valley.
Going on?
I didn't know what to think. Looked at each other and thought, what's going on?
And that's the point where Daniel just sort of looked at us and he said, don't you get it? We were like, what? And he said, well... He said, Jason's being abducted by aliens. We'd heard it before, as I said, he'd said the same thing since he was about 3. It was always the same thing, these small beings would come into his bedroom. Like they would come up through the floor, didn't they? They'd come through the window. And he said, they would make him float away with them.
One of those ruins at the top of Scotland.
And he always, when he was little, he always said they took him to a hospital place. And he said that he was always in this big room. He was unable to move. He could move his eyes. He could see what was going on, but he couldn't sort of move any other part of him.
Many visitors have commented on paranormal events that have occurred while visiting.
Very different. And she came in here. And she suddenly became very ill. She couldn't breathe. She kept holding her throat. She said she thought she was being strangled. And we got her outside, and she was very, very white. As soon as we got her outside the room, she sort of felt a little bit better.
History's always mentioning
but she was quite ill for about 3 or 4 days. And that was just by coming in here. Other people come in here and they sort of drink in the energy and they love it. Because we find that when he gives talks, one of the main questions from people is, Jason, what do you think about, 2012, the Mayan calendar and, the end of everything?
Really?
And his answer is, nothing is written in stone. The Earth is changing. He said it's changing now. Basically, the planet is rebelling against all the things that we've done to her. And he said that, he said, you've got to remember that the planet is a living thing. Continents won't be the same. He said a lot of people will, he calls it expire, doesn't he? He said a lot of people will expire. For those of you that don't, you've got to decide how you continue in this existence. He says so. He said, no, he said 2012 is just another blip. He said, but he said it doesn't mean the end of everything. He said it just means change. We would find him missing from his cot. He would sometimes be underneath it.
We would
Seems like
hear him
the
cry
same
in the
type of
night and go into
masonry.
his room and find
right?
that he was at the wrong end of the cot, where it was impossible for a month-old baby to get to.
Mary Rodwell is a counsellor who deals with people who say they are the victims of alien abduction. She feels Jason's case is authentic.
It's absolutely classic abduction, right from the whole parameter of, Jason being born and, the finding him as a baby outside the cot and not explaining it, where I hear that the same thing from other people saying, my son was not in the cot, and I couldn't work it out. A lot of very tangible physical things.
The unusual events happening to Jason were about to take a new and frightening turn. On the 2nd of July 1987, Jason's 4th birthday, the family would experience a visit they would never forget.
Jason had fallen asleep on the couch, and suddenly there was a real sort of heavy banging at the door. It's like really, really hard, not like just a normal knocking. It was like, somebody was kicking. And of course, my husband, he just jumped straight up, said, who's that, doing that to my door? And he just sort of flung the door open, and there was nobody there at all. And he looked up and down the lane, and there was nothing. He came back in, closed the door, and said to myself and my mum, well, that's odd, there's nobody there, but we'd all heard the knocking. Then there was a really sort of bright bolt of lightning. He just opened his mouth and just started spewing out all these fantastic numbers. It was just like a computer.
He's 4?
This went on for a few minutes, and as he was talking the numbers, the banging began again. But this time it seemed to reverberate, sort of, it got louder and louder, and it seemed to be coming,
4-year-olds don't know a lot
not just
of
from
numbers.
the front door, but from the windows, the back of the house. Jason just seemed to get up from the couch, and he walked over towards the door.
I think 4-year-olds know what a prime number is.
Jason, and he just literally looked up at my husband and just said, but I have to go, they're waiting for me.
Whoa.
And the banging all the while was just going on, and it was just so strange.
Oh, is
it was
that why
like,
they did
as
this
soon
on
as
the
Jason started
X-Files?
to blink, as if he was coming out of this trance-like state, he started to blink. And
Dude, what's that
the more
maelstrom
he came round, the more the banging receded.
in Norway?
The house was never the same after that. It was, it got really bizarre at
From the
times.
Edgar
It was
Allan
like we
Poe
had a lot of poltergeist activity. The cooker would come on, the television would switch
I'll check
on
that
sort of in
out.
the middle of the night, and really blaring, and it didn't matter if you had the plugs in or out, it would still, it's like everything electrical had a mind of its own.
Loud bangs, like someone's crawling over the ceiling, and 3 loud knocks is a very common one that they will hear. It's almost
Could
like
be a
what the
maelstrom guy.
ETs are doing is
Could get into
saying, this is
maelstroms.
real, take notice of us.
Vortexes.
I still, for a long time, believed that they were dreams. They were nothing more than nightmares. My, I suppose, social upbringing would not allow me to consider any other
That's just
possibility.
Matt. He's really into
But
maelstroms.
the stories of alien visits were not just confined to Jason. His elder brother Daniel said he too had strange encounters.
My older boy, Daniel,
Subscribe
said,
for more Maelstrom
don't you
content.
both get it? Don't you see what's going on? Can't you understand it yet? He said, remember when I used to tell you about when I was little, I used to tell you about my soldier guy, that used to come and see me,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, it's the one
we
from
said
the
yes,
the
which we'd
three-body
always thought
problem.
was an imaginary friend. And
Yeah.
he said, well, I know now
How
that
was
he
your
was real.
maelstrom?
He
I
said,
don't
I
have a
think I've always
maelstrom.
known he was real. He said, but he said he stopped coming to see me because he said that they'd made a mistake and that Jason was the one that they should be working with. We were talking to experts in the UFO field. We were speaking to people about UFO alien abductions.
We don't know enough to make any quantifiable definition of what they are. We have to be open to maybe all possibilities, but there's certainly a tangible interaction, and there's certainly a physical interaction.
Jason always described
John
the
Mack
same
said.
scenario. He will be lying in his bed. He would first of all notice what he always referred to as the big one would rise up through the floor at the foot of his bed. Then he said
This is like
there
Quirk's
would
own
suddenly
story.
be 6 or 8 of the smaller ones. He said that he could see, but he couldn't move. and he will be taken to another place, which when he was younger he described as a hospital place.
Why is this story so common?
But he said it was always very cold, extremely cold. He said he described it as like being laid on like a marble slab, something of this kind. He said there was always a light coming from somewhere, but you could never see where it was coming from.
It was now Anne's turn to claim that she too had been abducted by aliens.
She didn't know, I think, that she was an abductee or experiencer to start with. She only thought Jason was. It was only later that she came to an awareness that it affected her and her husband and Dan as well.
Oh God, all of you.
So that was something for her. But by the time she was corresponding with me and we were talking, it was an everyday part of their lives, something that they'd already come to a certain extent to terms with.
We saw what we thought initially to be a star, very bright star, which we didn't take too much notice of, but then when the star started getting bigger and bigger, and looked as if it was coming straight for our window, we did get quite alarmed. We don't remember any more than that, other than sort of the panic that this thing was coming towards the window.
That's how it goes.
And of course we woke in the morning just as normal, and then all of a sudden I remembered. Of course my first thought was Jason, where's Jason? Is he okay? I spoke to him,
like when you're a parent,
and I said to him
you
that
don't just wake up
we'd
in
seen
bed
this
like
really
that,
bright light last night, and he then went on to explain
know
that
where your
he'd
kids
been
are
taken
before you lay down,
to a place. It wasn't a usual abduction this time, which he was relieved about. But then he started to say that he was in a room with hundreds of other people, and there was like a big cinema screen. And it was just so weird because I finished off his sentence for him. I told him what was on the screen and what was going on and about the other people there. And he just looked at me and smiled, and he just said, "Oh, I knew I saw you there, Mum."
Wow. Is this proof of aliens abducting a whole family? Or does it show an unexplained psychic bond between a mother and her children?
They'll talk about stuff that would blow your mind. They talk about things that are almost like science fiction, and yet they go into detail. And they have so much depth of knowledge of it, full well this is no fantasy.
People always ask how we deal with this situation. I suppose it's like the realization hits you that there's nothing you can do about this situation.
In July 1968.
There we go. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. We do this every night. Talk about maelstroms. And the Anunnaki, what did he say? Anunnaki. After we do the news. Anti-communism and crank shit. Maelstrom pill, exactly. Yeah. Just a taste of the maelstrom content we have in store. Oh, dude, you guys watching Stargate? Perfect. I think we just raided this guy last night, but it's like he was watching Newsies. Oh, it's a great episode too. Hell yeah. Cool. Alright, y'all, come back tomorrow. Oh, my family, wife and kids are going out of town. Maybe I'll do something fun. Maybe I'll get fucked up on stream. Anyone wants to come over and get fucked up with me, you should do that. It'd be fun. I don't have any money, but, I have intangibles. What do you mean, intangibles? I have a sick, oh god, I got all these first edition Sonic Youth records. I got all of them first pressing. You're live until you've heard, original goo.